So I will go ahead and call the meeting to order, and the chair notes that we have a quorum present. All three of us are here. We actually don't have a flag in the room, so I'm going to skip flag salute. Okay. And I go right into additions and revisions to the agenda. And I have two. One, the assessor got us an updated CAFFA grant document that I think had to be adjusted due to the FTE calculation. Is that right, Teresa?
Yes.
And so if you guys are okay, I'd like to add that under consent since we've already
We've approved it.
We've approved it once. He just had to adjust the numbers in it.
All right.
And then the other thing is we heard from Leah, and she is swamped today and asked if we could postpone the waste management update until June. So I'm going to go ahead and pull 6.2 off the agenda. Is there any other changes or additions?
I don't have any.
You good, Pat?
Yeah, at some point, and I don't know where it would fit to talk about before the budget's approved. I would like a little discussion about one of the grants and maybe changing.
Okay.
I mean, the court gets a final decision on the budget, and
Yeah, I think we could. Do you want to bring it up when the budget actually comes before us?
Yeah, it's not on the agenda today. So.
yeah, as long as you guys are fine with. I mean, we'll discuss.
Yeah, we can do whatever once it is on the agenda. We can talk about things.
Any other changes, additions? We good?
Good.
Okay. Let's go into 3.0, which is correspondence and public comment. Individuals wishing to address the county court may do so at this time and at other times throughout the meeting. Speakers are asked to raise your hand to be recognized by the chair, give your name and address, and limit comments to 3 minutes. And for folks who are signing in via Zoom, that's *6 to unmute yourself, or the lower left-hand side of your screen if you're signing in on the computer. And then I also always remind folks that we are very informal here. So as we move through the agenda, if there's something that you have a question about, want to offer a comment on, feel free to interject it at any point as we work through the agenda. We're happy to take comments as we go. So with that, any public comments to start? Anybody on the Zoom? It doesn't look like it. And I don't have anything for correspondence. So let's go into the consent agenda.
I move we accept the consent agenda as amended.
A second.
It's been moved and seconded that we accept the consent agenda as amended, which the consent agenda includes: consider approval of May 5th, 2021 regular meeting minutes, consider approval of May bills pending review, and consider approval of County Assessment Function Funding Assessment, or CAFFA, grant. Is there further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, let's go into Jordan. Let's see him up
I
there.
saw him walking up the street just a second ago.
Oh,
So I thought he was coming this way, but now I don't see him.
looks like you didn't go to the crowds.
He was walking that way.
So 5.1
Going away.
is consider request for additional Mormon cricket control funding. And I'll do my best to kind of update, but I think it's pretty straightforward what has happened. So to refresh, back in March, we approved $105,360 for materials and aerial spraying costs for Mormon cricket control this spring. And so those little buggers are hatching at a pretty substantial rate, much higher than what was anticipated. And so Jordan Maley had reached out and said, hey, we're only going to be able to actually address like a pretty small percentage of what we're seeing on the ground. And so we were going to have him here to kind of update what he's seeing in terms of the maps. But there's a map in your packet that shows April, and I think April Almond and Department of Ag went out and did their little test, sites to see how many critters in a certain section, and that's what these dots represent. But
And then we immediately began getting calls from April.
yeah. Yes. So it's looking like Jordan has mapped, basically they need another 28,000 acres that are infested. And so the total to be able to address that is an additional $840,000. Yeah. But as it was pointed out to me, you can see where the infestations sort of are.
Yeah.
And you see all those green circle pivots and things. I mean, those are all crops that it's sitting right next to. So this amount probably pales in comparison to potential losses that those farmers are going to face if these little critters decide to have dine on their way. Yeah, that's about all I know. So I don't know if we want to see if we can track down Jordan.
He just walked across the street.
Oh, did he?
Oh, did you see? Is he coming this way?
No, he was going that way. I think he's lost.
Coming back from where I saw him going.
What would you guys like to do? Would you guys like to see if we can go track him down? Or
Yeah,
do
I
you,
think maybe.
It would be good for him to give us a little rundown.
I mean, that's a big jump.
That's a
It's a big
that's a
jump.
lot of money.
so how about this? How about we move into 5.2, and then I wonder if one of you guys can go see if you can track down Jordan.
I didn't recognize him.
Okay.
Oh, you?
It's
It should be just across the street. If you went in the building.
I
It's
think
the 238
somebody
one.
walked down between the buildings.
Oh, I don't know if that was him or not, but.
Yeah, I don't know if that was
He went
him.
that way. There we go.
Okay, so here's what I'd like to do. Let's go into 5.2
Okay.
and let's see if we can track down Jordan. And then we'll come back to crickets.
$245,000 for the crickets.
Yeah.
Yeah, in addition to the 105 that we've already approved. Yeah, they are pricey. Okay, so 6.2 is consider Columbia Gorge Community College request for skills training center funding. And so this is just a follow-up. Obviously we've had, and I see both Dan and Dr. Cronin are on Zoom with us, but to recap, the college is in the final stages now, I think at this point, of completing a skills training center in the Dalles. And we had talked previously with them about a potential strategic partnership long-term, where their students who are in like the construction technologies program could maybe help alleviate some of our housing shortage that we have here. But I will say, in order to do that, they need a functioning skills center.
Yes.
So I believe, Dan, that you went and saw the Sherman County Budget Committee recently, within the last week or so. And what did Sherman County tell you about their half of the request?
Judge Farrar, I appreciate that. We did do a presentation to the Sherman County Committee, and we are waiting for next word on that. I've followed up and asked them if they need any more information. Have not heard anything yet. So as far as I know, they are still in deliberations on that. And yeah, we hope to hear back very soon here. We did that presentation at the invitation of the Sherman County Court.
Okay. I did speak with Judge DeBolskus, and he seems to think that it's approved, so, or close to being approved. So he called last week to talk to me about it. So I think you may have Sherman County's blessing. At least that was my impression from Judge DeBolskus.
So one of them mentioned also that they wanted to hear what you thought after we came here. So maybe that's where the gap is.
I'm going to jump in the pool first.
Together, you can jump in together.
Exactly.
We can hold hands, right?
So from my perspective, I'll just throw out, I'll start the discussion, but I mean, I feel like we know that one of the barriers to having housing here is workforce. That's what we're hearing from our contractors. And so to me, a $62,000 investment to give our local kids an opportunity to pursue a different sort of trade path locally, I think is beneficial. I think if this could eventually result in housing here, it would be huge for us, and we would probably see this money back in taxes, like in no time, honestly. And then 3, I think it would address a workforce shortage that's been identified by some of our contractors as a barrier to them doing their own work and investment. So from my perspective, I would support this. And I think we could easily justify taking it out of economic development funds that we have, honestly, because I think the workforce piece is so crucial to being able to build housing that then allows us to recruit more businesses, that allows more of our folks to live here, more of our waste management folks.
Oh, she did?
To things. So, Catherine, you're not muted.
Sorry.
No, I agree completely.
Oh, yeah,
I
definitely.
agree completely, and and just even increase in possible employees coming out of it here locally, and there's just a lot of advantages that we don't want to ignore.
I think supporting this whole, you don't have to go to a 4-year college and get a degree. You can go get a skill and make and earn as much or more money by bringing in the skills that are so needed, that it's a very important thing for us to do.
And especially skills that are meeting a need that is so significant for this region. Well, it's for everybody.
It's for everybody, but we know it's here.
Yeah, we see it every time a house goes on the market and is sold within 24 hours. We know that there's a demand here that's not being met.
Well, and I know how far it reaches too, is we have some friends that are trying to rent someplace, and they haven't been able to find anything. They're going to be working in Sherman County, but there's just nothing out there. Wasco, Sherman, Gilliam, it's just not there. So yeah.
So what I would move to approve the funding in the amount of $62,736 for the Skills Training Center at Columbia Gorge Community College.
And I will second.
It's been moved and seconded that we approve funding in the amount of $62,736 for the Skills Training Center at Columbia Gorge Community College. Is there further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. All right, guys. In terms of timing, I mean, our economic development funds, we have not expended for this year. So we actually have capacity within the current fiscal year, or we can cut the check after July. I think it kind of depends on, do you have a time frame that would be most helpful for those funds to come in?
Yesterday.
If we were to receive the funds now, before July, I think that would be helpful. We have interim storage space at the Dallas Business Park, secure storage there. There's a procurement process we need to go through also, so we could start the ball moving on that one. I think that would be helpful if we could before July, but if we were to do that at the start of the fiscal year, that would cycle out also.
Okay. So Dan, could the college put together just a little invoice so I've got something for our clerk to actually run through AP, and just go ahead and send it to Teresa in our office, and she'll get it processed for AP to cut you a check.
Judge, we'll do so. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you very much. Yes, we really appreciate the support.
I think we're really excited, not only about the Skills Center, but about this potential partnership.
Yep.
We've had some good discussions with Catherine and coordinating efforts on some federal requests. So we're hopeful to see something come down very quickly there. It's called Congressionally Directed Spending. This is through Senator Merkley and Murray's office on the Washington State side, complementary to what we're talking about for both of our projects.
Great.
Yeah.
And just so you guys know as well, Senator Wyden and Merkley's staff were in town yesterday and met with Catherine and I. And so we put in a plug for your request while they were here to let them know that this is all part of the same ecosystem, that we're all working together, and that it would be great if they could fund these projects in concert so that it works the way that we're envisioning it. So hopefully they were taking lots of notes. So I'm hoping they take that back to their bosses for us.
Thank you. We appreciate that.
That's good to know. Was that Dan Marr from Senator Merkley?
Yeah, Dan Marr was here, and then Kathleen Cathy for Biden's office were here.
Excellent. Thank you. It's good to know. We really appreciate this, and we will keep you posted as we move forward.
And we still need to take a tours court. So how close are you to having it done? I actually want to walk through it
When people are working.
when it's done.
Right, so we have a tour today, and it's my understanding that the flooring is in and the paint inside is in. The walls have been up a while now. So pretty much after this week, I think what we'll mostly be missing will be the equipment and the furniture, which is on order for the most part.
Great.
That is correct. We're well ahead of substantial completion date of July 23rd. So anytime it works in with your schedule, let me know, and we'll arrange a tour. Whatever is convenient with your schedules, you will be welcome.
And we've also set the date for the ribbon cutting. So on September 11th, you'll be getting an invitation for a save the date. So hopefully you can join us on that day as we celebrate the opening of the buildings.
Great. Fantastic.
Judge Farrar.
Thanks so much, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, guys, let's go back because I see we have Jordan and April, our cricket folks. So we'll just circle back to 5.1, and I kind of gave the overview on my very layman's terms. Basically, we have more critters than we thought, and we need more money. So you guys probably need to fill that
Like a
in.
lot more money. Wow.
A lot more area, like 3 to 4 times the area that we've ever had them before. And they're like thick, like what we had downtown. There's, when we had the infestation, they're like that out on the rangeland, and they're headed towards.
Yeah, I kind of cringe at the dollar amount, and then I remember my
How bad?
relationship with them 3 years ago. Whatever it was, for about 3 months every day.
It depends.
Makes a
Do you want to
difference,
be
doesn't it?
shoveling your parking lot every morning, Pat?
Yeah, you had first-hand experience, so it's nothing like that to leave a mark on you.
So
But,
what are you guys seeing in terms of?
April is out with the survey team.
So, what we're seeing, we're not seeing them east of Arlington as bad as we have in the past. We're still seeing them in Jones Canyon, which is not that far from Arlington. They
That would be west of ours.
west, sorry.
It's okay.
And so they did spray out at Charlie Anderson's,
Yes.
and also, but we're seeing them out at 8 Mile and 4 Mile, and then up on Shepherd Flats Wind Farm. And then there's also some organic farming happening up by Fairview, up on 4 Mile. And they're there. And so Jordan has contacted Morrow County already to notify them that they're possibly coming. And yesterday I saw 3 different types of katydids. Not only just the Mormon crickets, but there's I think it's like a rangeland Mormon cricket, which is black and white, and which I've seen out before, but they're never as bad as the regular Mormon crickets. And then when there's lots and lots of grasshoppers. So, I mean, I was on a tractor yesterday, so I saw probably, I would say 80 to 100 in a square yard in some places, adults, the full size adults. So the only way that we can actually get rid of the adults now is with the bait, which we were doing. They're probably 2 to 3 weeks earlier, hatched out 2 to 3 weeks earlier than we originally thought because of the way the weather was.
That's what was going to be my question. Is it just we didn't have much of a winter and
right? And so and I was kind of retiring, so I kind of take that I kind of jumped back in when I realized how bad it was.
I was going to say, yeah, weren't you here?
Yeah, I was
gonna say.
last time I talked to you guys. But it's bad. It's really bad. And so yesterday we're trying to keep them from going into people's alfalfa fields, going into the organic farm ground, because Kirchners, who are from Jordan Valley, I spoke with them a few years ago, and they have a huge problem in the valley with Mormon crickets, and they actually put up hay, and it's 200 tons of hay, and cows won't eat it and won't touch it because it stinks so bad because it has the crickets in it.
Really?
Yeah, so my worry is, especially with the drought that we have going on, if our farmers lose that income, what are they going to have? So we really need to be careful about getting there in time, baiting the areas. Now, 3-4 years ago, we were able to get 4 tons of bait out of Utah for free. They gave it to us, and that's gone. And what Jordan bought this year is gone. We don't have anything left, and supply chains are obviously it's hard to get anything right now. And so Lane is on getting more baits, but I feel like we need to have 2 to 3 tons of bait on hand. And Dewey said that we could keep it down at the big rattlesnake and Highway 19 at that shed, at the county shed. There's room for it. And if we could do that this year to be prepared for next year, because this is the first time we've seen a few here and there up on Ray Road, and last year they were kind of bad, but this nothing like what they are right now. It's terrible. Yesterday it was like total carnage after we had put out the bait, but they were still coming.
So as late as we are, how effective are we going to be?
The bait's going to be pretty effective, and the spraying's going to be very effective because the grasshoppers are still young. And so you're going to catch those grasshoppers before they even plant any eggs, which is a key to not having a grasshopper infestation next year. And so you've got all these 3 different types, and so you need to catch those because they create just as much damage as the Mormon crickets do. They're just not quite as ugly.
So bear with me, when you're talking about bait and the aerial application, that's all the same.
No,
They're 2 different things.
They're actually 2 different things, yeah, because the bait is a 7 bait is what it's called, and it's a granular bait. And you, the last 2 days, because it was my family, I don't have an applicator's license, but it's my family, so I'm not working for them, I'm a volunteer. So I can get on a tractor and help them spread bait. And so that's what we did for the last 2 days in 15,000 acres, but it's not enough. We probably did 3 tons of bait.
So the request here is for 245,000 just for spraying. Is the bait included in that?
It will be included in that, yeah. Yeah, we just priced it out according to the Gilliam numbers, but there's wiggle room built into that to where we can actually buy some bait. In fact, I think we did the original $105,000 appropriation for the beginning of this season, but we had a little bit of leftover Gilliam from last year. So the part that didn't actually go to Gilliam went to bait. Yeah, we're just Yeah, we probably should have spelled that out, but, we're
It would have
just,
been helpful.
Yeah.
we're reacting.
And to answer your question better, Pat, is that they aren't just one age right now. We have their ages from just hatched out to full-size adults. So the bait gets the full-size adults, but and also the Demolin, the spray also does, because it I guess for lack of a better term, makes their eggs not fertile. So they can plant their eggs, but they won't do anything the next year. And so it kind of kills two birds with one stone, and it lasts a little while. So how long does it last? 4 to 6 weeks?
Couple of weeks, I think.
And so while that's on there, the other crickets will move in towards it, and it will get them as well. So, and along with the bait, as you know, they eat each other. So if one's dead, they hop on the other one, and then that kills them too. So it's kind of, you know.
People are cringing.
Yeah.
I'm just watching people's facial reactions.
Yeah.
So have the landowners ever contributed to the cost, or do they?
Yeah, actually, Sky asked how much he could pay. He goes, "Who do we need to pay for this? What do we need to do to help out?" Because he offered to pay me, and I said, "Don't pay me because legally you can't." And I said, he goes, "Because we can't battle this by ourselves. It's just it's extremely overwhelming." I mean, you guys all know what we dealt with, you know, in Arlington. Well, you look at having 15,000 acres and trying to keep it off your homes and off your fields, and it is really overwhelming.
Back to your question, Pat. You asked about landowner participation and cost share. The reason we set it up this way in the beginning is that we were covering multiple land ownerships, and so we just thought it's just going to be much more efficient with that pilot just flying as many long strips as it can. And so there was no real way to sort out who actually got sprayed and who didn't. So the county agreed at that point that let's just cover it and get it done.
And there's also the spraying that we have done so far this year, which, you know, we're out of spray. We're waiting for some Demolin to come in from Georgia. It's on a truck right now headed this direction. And that was 4 mile and 8 mile. So the Weezers have just a small area compared to all the other farmers around them. And their house was just covered, probably 200 a square yard. Everything was just moving out there. And what happened was this band decided to move because they have no feed, just like cows. They have no feed, so they got to move. And so this band started moving, and it just, you know, went right through their place.
So you've got some material coming. Have you got enough coming to cover the 28,000, or?
Yes, that was the idea. When I talked to Elizabeth about it, of course, having an in-route is kind of presumptuous because you haven't yet approved the funding to actually buy it. But because of supply chain issues, we just felt like we had to at least, if the county court seemed amenable to the idea that you would formally approve today, we had to get the material moving because getting it was no sure thing. I mean, having to get it out of Georgia, it just was, I mean, it's usually come out of different places in the western United States, but this is coming from Georgia. So it tells you what's going on supply chain wise. We're just scrambling because, yeah, when I was drawing the maps, I was thinking, I had 12,000 acres in my mind. That's how much money I had to treat. And when I looked at the acreage, I just, had a knot in my stomach because I thought, how are we going to do this? And so I contacted Elizabeth right away because I thought, I think the court has a foresight to have done this for 4 years now. And you guys have made a commitment to doing this. So I'm just going to operate with that assumption that we need to keep doing what we need to do. So.
And I do feel like, I mean, it's a big number. I know it like catches in your throat. But again, I think the potential damage if we don't do something is going to far outstrip this. And especially when we have producers who are already struggling because they're not getting the precipitation. I mean, we already declared a drought in the county already. It's like, how many things do we want to throw at our producers in 1 year? And if we it's not like we're strapped for cash. We can cover it. And we have been covering it for years. So I don't know why we would say, oh, that's too much. Because to me, to April's point about, you know, if the eggs that they're laying now end up not hatching next year, that means that hopefully we're not seeing a big number next year kind of thing. But if we don't get ahead of it, you guys may be back and saying, okay, well, it's doubled again. And, you know, and now it's, you know, they're moving south now too. And it's a countywide thing. I mean, this isn't like.
Well, it's a miserable thing when you're in the middle of it.
Oh, yeah.
Exactly.
Well, I really hope that Morrow County can, I
was just gonna
we
ask.
presented to them today, but I really hope they take it seriously, because if they can, you know, maybe cut them off at the pass a little bit.
Did you actually talk to someone from Morrow County? That was gonna be my next question.
Yeah, I met with them this morning at 9:30.
Okay.
And, yeah, so I'm getting back meetings today, but, met with the commissioners and just introduced them to what we've been dealing with here and bring them up to speed on what might be moving their way, because,
Do you need any help from us on
Yeah, I'd be
that?
happy to call Melissa.
you know, we might, because, I mean, they seem engaged.
Call Jim and I'll call Melissa.
So
Yeah.
here's an idea that maybe we could throw out, since we're going to maybe be talking to our colleagues in Morrow County. What if we went ahead and approved the full amount so that we can cover the material costs? But what if we had a discussion with Morrow County about them picking up, because we'll do this on a reimbursable basis.
We're really gonna help them out if we do this.
Yeah, and so
Oh, yeah.
maybe they would be willing to kick in part of the cost, honestly, to keep it out of their county. And so, I mean, going to them and asking, hey, would you split this cost with us to keep it out of your county? But for now, I'm wondering if we could approve the full amount with the idea that we'll go lobby our colleagues in Morrow County and see if they're willing to do some cost sharing with us on.
Right.
That way we know that the materials are covered when they come in and you guys can proceed, and then we'll work out whether it's fully the county paying this county or whether Morrow County is willing to.
Did you discuss with them what the costs were? Are they aware of what?
Yes, yeah, I gave them a cent of our initial allocation that you provided us for this year.
Okay.
Gave them those numbers and I told them everything. I told them about the movement from west to east, which does take it's not too hard to figure out the Morrow County's right
They're next.
path.
Mhm.
Yeah. And the problem is that Morrow County, unlike Gilliam County, we've been predominantly treating range areas and perimeters around the city and things like that, keeping out Arlington. Our priority has been to keep it from moving off the lower value range ground into irrigated circles and wheat ground and stuff like that. So we've had a line basically on Dry Canyon. That's where we're trying to keep them north of, so that they don't move into Shutter Flat. And of course, this year with the new survey, we now realize that they're threatening irrigated circles, not only in Morrow County, but in Gilliam County. We've got some irrigated circles at Crumbs Farm that the pilot had to watch get a fly with wind conditions favorable so that it did not blow the dimline into the organic circles. So it becomes really complicated. I mean, John Boyer has just done a bang up job on this.
And he actually even had to bring in someone else to help him. Because of that being so tricky, and with the wind turbines and the areas, and with especially as windy as so it's all a card game is what we're doing, and so there's all kinds of obstacles, and we didn't get any rain this year, so that was one thing we didn't have to deal with, because in the years past we couldn't spray on time because it had rained. And so this year we weren't dealing with that. But last week was beautiful, and he could get the spraying done, but this week would have been horrible. Even if we did have to spray, we wouldn't have been able to spray. So, and you've got to get those crickets in a certain amount of time, or you want to. that's what your goal is when they're a certain age, or the majority is. So, I think and I know that, I guess I want to bring this up because, we work with Oregon Department of Ag, the USDA, and so, Paul Blom is retiring on, the 31st of May, and Todd Adams is his new replacement. So Todd's been working with us. Still, there's only 2 scouters for the whole state of Oregon. And so that means that if we don't have somebody like myself to do that, then we're behind. And that's kind of why we're behind now. I kind of feel kind of bad about that because probably shouldn't.
No.
But here's,
But I know, but.
so the farmers want to help.
And they
So
do.
why, so
And
this is how they can help, is by going out and doing what you do.
right.
So we need to recruit them to do that.
With training. So you gotta have somebody that's trained in it, at least to know what they're looking for. It's a lot of walking.
Yes, it is.
good
It's a
for
lot of
health.
work.
I mean, it's a lot of walking because you can't just see them. You can't drive out there because you'll start a fire and you have to walk out there, and there's so little at the beginning. And if we could catch them yesterday, because of the drought, I could see actually where where hatching grounds were, which that's the first time I've ever seen that. So that was kind of I realized work that we had done 3 years ago. I looked at that spot and I'm like, I do it, So we're seeing patterns, but it's hard to catch a pattern with them. So it's not a definite.
Can I just say that I love your passion for the crickets?
It's kind
I know,
of.
it is really interesting.
You just get so
We're
energized when you talk to
Well,
them.
it's kind of really weird. I'm kind of a weird. about
Everybody
stuff
else is cringing, and April's like,
Oh,
and then they eat
cringing.
each other, and
This is the first year I can hold them without gloves, so I'm getting better.
Well, I see why you continued this year, because you don't want to see all the hard work you've done.
Yeah, I don't want to see all that go away. And it's really actually is enjoyable if people get involved with it. But over the years, when you've made the connections with all the wind turbine people and the safety classes that you have to take, and and all of the things that you have to do to be able to go on someone's land, nobody's just going to say, "Hey, come in my backyard." I don't know you, but yeah, you can come in my backyard. So you have to make all those connections, and so that's a huge bonus, because now I can just text somebody and say, "Hey, I'm coming out to your place today. I'll be out there." So it's just me. I'm wearing a red shirt, and then they know. But otherwise, it's really, it's a lot of work to put down the drain. So
Yeah.
One of the things we're trying to do, and we aren't there yet, because not everybody is tech savvy. And so one of the goals, and I keep chipping away at this every year, and I'm not where I want to be with this, but is to get everybody with a smartphone conversant on how to turn the location data on their phone so that when they take a picture, the location of that photo is embedded in that photo file. But I've been working out for 3 years, and I still don't have that many people that can do that.
I put a video out 1 year on Facebook. I should probably do this. I should do that every year about how to do it. And I put little signs and, about how to do it. But
It'd be great if we could get everybody in Gilliam County with a smartphone with the ability to do that, because people are always driving. My contractor from Lexington Pub came up 4 Mile on his way to the ranch, and he was talking about the Mormon crickets. I thought, did you take pictures? No, I didn't have time. And so if we get everybody with a smartphone in this county to start doing that, and it doesn't matter if it's Mormon crickets, if they see noxious weeds, they could take photos, send them to Dawn at the weed department, and they would have a map location of where that weed patch was.
Mhm.
There's so much potential. We can get people to do it.
And Gilliam County is well-known. I know nobody realizes this because who really wants to go to a grasshopper and Mormon cricket convention? Anyway, but Gilliam County is very well known in other states because of all of the work that we've done and how we're doing and what we're doing for farmers and how farmers are working with us and all of these different angles that we've looked at and the studies that we've done with Bob, I can never pronounce his name, Shirley in Montana. And so they use us as an example. So I think that's pretty cool.
Yeah,
I mean, even though, you know, nobody always wants to be known for Mormon crickets, but I like to be known for something. So
We'll take it.
Yeah, we'll take
That would
it.
be
I'll
you.
take every
Yeah,
little bit.
that's all you.
Well, your cell phone procedure should start with those growers, those farmers.
Yeah.
You know, they're the ones that are out there that.
That's who we're working with. We're trying to get them up to speed on it, but you know how these phones are. You go into the settings and it's like a black hole. And you're trying to figure out on an iPhone how to do it. And on an Android, it's completely different. And so it's just, we're not going to give up on that.
Yeah.
We're just going to keep working with people. Because part of the problem is, who among us want our location known every time we take a picture somewhere?
Yeah.
Chances are we don't want whoever gets that picture to know where we were. Because that's kind of creepy, honestly. But it has potential as a tool. As long as we can teach people how to turn that location feature on, take the picture and then turn it off so that who knows, who's tracking them or whatever.
And since people are listening to this, I just want to say that because of the work that Arlingtonians did in the year that we had them so bad and catching them before they actually laid eggs, we rarely have a flare up in Arlington. I think I've only had 2 people that called in this year to say, oh, I had a hatching at my house and so I just put some spray on there, we were done. And that was it. And so rarely have we. My fear is they're really bad at the airport and I don't want them to turn back around and come back down. So that's why we're waiting for that spray to get here. So.
And Jones can.
Is there any, I don't need to move on, but is there any knowledge on how they move? Do they always move west to east or how,
That's the big unknown, Pat. It's just,
it appears they're moving with the wind, the prevailing wind, and
they tend to, and we've looked at angle of the sun, geomagnetics. Nobody really knows why they do that. And the question I have is, okay, so if all of them are moving west to east,
how could they ever start in the Pacific Ocean?
well, how are they getting down into the western part of Gilliam County to move west-east again? It's just, yeah, it's crazy. But it's probably the fact that when they lay those eggs, it takes 7 years for 100 eggs to hatch out. So, yeah, we're in year 4 of the spring operation. So we're probably looking at least 3 more years of trying to do something with it to get this outbreak tamped back down. Because Dick Krebs, who was alive in 42, he remembers that outbreak, which was the last big one in the county.
And they also shared costs with Morrow County even back then. And they had Henry Krebs had a bank account at the Makepeace, Oregon, and it sat dormant for years that both counties were putting money into. And it sat dormant for years, and he ended up giving part of it to a scholarship in Ione and part of it to a scholarship in Arlington because he had to do something with the money because they just didn't think they were coming back. And then, boom.
Surprise.
So,
Make a motion, Sherry.
So commissioners, do we have a motion?
We do.
Okay.
I move to approve additional funding in the amount up to $245,840 for materials and aerial spraying costs needed for Mormon cricket control efforts. Funds to be distributed on either a reimbursable or direct invoicing basis from the SIP discretionary line item 235-100-550-5120.
I second.
It's been moved and seconded that we approve additional funding in the amount of up to $245,840 for materials and aerial spraying costs needed for Mormon cricket control efforts. Funds to be distributed on either a reimbursable or direct invoicing basis from the SIP discretionary line item 235, 100, 550, 5120. Is there further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, so
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Praise Jesus.
I didn't know-
No, thank you. We should be thanking you.
commissioners,
We need to talk to Morrow County.
who's talking to who?
I mean, I can talk to Donna or Jim or whatever.
Okay. Sherry, do you want to call Melissa? or
I
do you
would
want
love
me
to call Melissa.
Okay.
Elizabeth, here's another idea. Since we're reaching out to other people, I think the state of Oregon needs to realize that they do not have enough surveyors for insects in Eastern Oregon. It's simply those guys, 2 guys for all of Eastern Oregon. That is physically impossible. So for us to continue getting the level of service we're getting by being the squeaky wheels, they need to bring more entomologists on board.
Okay.
So the state needs to make that a priority.
Let me see if I've got a meeting with her.
Because Harney County's having a huge outbreak right now.
Who are they?
So next Wednesday, I have a call with the governor's staff. So I would be happy to raise that with them
Perfect.
when
Thank
I
you.
talk
Thank you very
to Leah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Keep at it.
Very well.
Sorry.
Just making myself a note. Remember to talk to Leah. Okay. Let's go into 5.3, which is consider approval of Shetler Station Industrial Park lease with Omega Morgan. Sherry.
Yeah, we've been working with legal counsel Morgan Industrial on the a new lease. We've had a lease with them for several years to use the ground that's available for. They're using it for wind turbine parts, and they'll be using it for the solar project parts as well. Right now, they're bringing in, I believe, for the Golden Hills project in Sherman County. That's kind of gotten pushed back, so they haven't brought anything in yet. But what we wanted to do was put a lease together that would allow them to be flexible about how much ground they're using at a time. And so we didn't have to do amendments every time they needed another little parcel or we're done with a parcel. So that's what we're working with. And I think we're just about there. I did include the latest version from Omega Morgan, but Jeremy and I had just a few changes that we sent back, and we haven't gotten that back yet, but we'd like to get it finalized as soon as we can. I think they were talking moving in this month, but now it's been pushed to next month. But
So I'll say it one more time, there's no physical way to get windmill blades from Shetler Station to Sherman County.
I don't know if it's the blade, if
don't know how
it's
they do
blades or if it's
Might be
the,
other components, but
Yeah.
there's no
Yeah.
physical way to
Yeah.
get
especially with
off
the bigger
84
blades.
going west on.
That's not my problem.
Okay, I understand. I mean, they need they need the property. Just
They need the property for whatever reason.
Well, there's a lot of things going on.
Yeah.
So, my question is, at least there's no dollar amount in there, the per acre cost. What are we approving without?
I think that's something we were pushing back. It's not in this one, but that's something that
I
Jeremy
mean,
was
I had
pushing
no
back.
idea what we're getting for it based on this document.
Probably not.
And then, well, that's basically it. I kind of understood the changes what we're looking at. So where are we at in this process?
So, we're hoping that what we have sent back will
And what
be,
are we supposed to get for rent?
I don't know. That's a really good question.
So I would suggest that I think we have in the current, and I don't have it in front of me, what the per acre amount is already in the current lease. So I wonder if we wouldn't just use that same amount.
I think that's where we're starting from, and then Jeremy was putting in an increase going forward.
I'm not sure what we're approving if we don't, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. So Sherry, is this something that Jeremy could have wrapped up? Well, it sounds like you're waiting to hear from Omega Morgan, but.
Well, we can bring it back to the June 2nd meeting and answer your questions. Because we are waiting now for Omega Morgan to see if they liked what we did. Or if
I
they
will
were
say,
acceptable.
I love that we're not going to have to
Do the amendment.
bring it back every time, because literally I think we've done, what, 6, 7 amendments
Yeah.
of this agreement in the last 18 months, maybe. So I would love to not have to do it over and over again. Every time we do, we have attorney fees and all kinds of
Back and
stuff.
forth, back and forth, back and forth.
Mhm. So, okay, so it sounds like we will table this for now and bring it back hopefully in the next meeting, assuming that Omega Morgan gets back to you in a timely fashion. Does that
I'm
work?
sure they will, because
Well,
they're
they're
going
gonna
to
need
get
it right away.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm sure we'll be hearing from them.
Okay, does that work for you?
Yes.
Okay. So Teresa will make a note
This is the
to
original.
get it back on.
I haven't seen the original, so I guess
Well, one of the originals that was
That's
being
per-
amended
per month for the total lease on that one?
Yeah.
No, per year for the total.
per year. And then-
$350 per month. So it's not, well, the only way they can do it, so you don't have to amend it, is set it by the acre, and haven't got that number in there yet.
Yeah, right. Okay.
Okay. Great. So we will go into 5.4, which is discuss summer youth work experience program changes. And just to recap, last meeting, we had Teddy here. She's here again today. Talking about some proposed administrative changes to the summer youth work experience program. Specifically, we had talked about asking the employers to apply for their own BOLI certificate, which is about a, 15, 20-minute process. And then having the participating businesses run the youth's paychecks through their payroll systems, where the county is basically just writing a check and saying, here's the full amount to cover the wages and associated taxes. And where we landed last time was that we had asked Teddy to go back to the businesses and kind of get a lay of the land in terms of how many businesses would not participate due to those changes. And then based on that feedback, we would decide whether we wanted to go forward with the administrative changes. So, Teddy, what have you learned around businesses? How many have said no due to the changes? Because I understand there's some that have said no for other reasons.
So as of our last meeting, we had 2, or if you count it 3, I guess, if Pat has 2 businesses. His were no because of that. Then I had one more, which was M&A. Oh, I'm sorry.
Was the city of Arlington?
Yeah, the city of Arlington was 1, sorry. And then Pat was 2. M&A Hardware was the 3rd one that said no, because he did not want to do extra paperwork and did not want to sign up with the government for anything. I have a few other businesses who told me no, but they have said that it did not have anything to do with that. It's timing and things that they're doing and other reasons why that they are saying no. And then I have I have 4 that I'm waiting to hear back from to make a decision. I had talked a little bit with the Arlington Hardware, And she was asking some questions. I don't know if she's here today, but we were emailing when she had the opportunity. And so it was just kind of like left up in the air. The Thrifty Food Center said that he needed to talk to his accountant, but things sounded good to him.
Arlington Market as opposed to Thrifty Food Center.
Oh, okay.
Arlington Market. It's not called Thrifty Food Center any longer.
Okay. So the Arlington Market. And then I needed to speak with Anne Murray, who's actually in today, down here, to go chat with her. And then North Gilliam Health Center was asking a couple questions. And I told him that we were discussing it here today as well. And I hadn't heard a final yes or no. So.
And then the yeses.
I had 12 that said yes, for sure, that they would like to be a part of it.
And the others that were no's, I think I saw your list. Like one was like the school district, which I understand because they're building a new school.
Yeah.
And so I think Michelle probably was like,
yeah,
I'm doing a construction project, a multi-million-dollar construction project.
Things happening for them to navigate. Just one more thing. The Arlington TV Co-op said, it's just one person. He didn't have somebody to help supervise a youth, like if he had to go somewhere or do something. He just didn't have that ability this year. South Gilliam Health Center said they had a lot of things going on and they were bringing in some new people to like do some on-site training, and they just didn't know if they wanted to take on one more piece. And the Historical Society had a lot going on, they said, and just did not want to work with us this summer. But everybody who I've talked with said, please call me again next year. An Open Country / Wade veterinary just said that she was good for this year, but talk to her again next year. So.
With all those dropping off, you're gonna have a shortage of businesses anyway.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, and yes, we could have a potential for maybe shortages, but with these businesses, some of them definitely want more than one youth and have worked with us in the past to have more than one youth. For instance, our Early Learning Center does a summer food service program and has had 2, even 3 at one time that they've utilized and trained and all of that, and different ones that have had more than one kid.
Mm-hmm. So one of the things that I had sort of talked with Teddy and Lisa about offline, because we at this point don't know how many youth are going to sign up. And so we don't know, we may have more than enough placements depending on how many kids and the businesses that you're still waiting to hear back from. But one of the things we talked about is for those kids that don't get placement, that what we might look at doing is kind of a employment training workshop where they can learn about building a resume, doing, work ethic, doing interviews, things like that, where we would compensate the kids for their time. It wouldn't be the full 200 hours of summer, but it may be like, say, 10 hours or something where they would at least come, get some basic skills if they're not placed this year, and still keep them interested in and sort of engaged in the program so that hopefully next year that puts them in an even better position to be successful in the program. So I kind of wanted to throw that out as something that for some of the kids, if we're short. And the other piece too, I don't know if you want to update the court on what you've learned about OYCC since then, because that might also capture some of those kids.
Yes. We actually were told that we are going to get funding for our OYCC program, and it was going to be a little more than what the normal funding of 13 or 13.5 up to 21.
What's OYCC?
OYCC is Oregon Youth Conservation Corps.
Okay.
And so we hire a crew leader and 4 to 5 kids to work with a crew and then do different projects around our county. And they do all kinds of different projects, and they're supposed to have some sort of meaningful work around conservation in some way, shape, or form. And they do all kinds of different things, like out at Cottonwood Canyon State Park, they've done trail building and taken out old fence, and they've worked with our soil and water district and done tree caging and planting trees. And
So is that out there now that the kids are aware that it's available?
so where we're at with that is it's going to go out in the newspaper. Does that come out today or tomorrow?
For the crew lead.
For the crew leader.
We need to secure a crew lead before you do anything.
We start recruiting
Yeah.
kids so we don't disappoint them.
There you go.
So,
I'm sorry.
Yes.
OICC has been around for at least 41 years because
Yes.
I was in that program.
Me too.
As a youth.
Yeah.
So,
And we find for certain kids that they just prefer being outdoors. This is a good opportunity for them. I am excited. Herb Winters approached us, not for this year, but for maybe future years. They got a huge state grant that's coming in to do. He'll need to come in and actually present to us. I think maybe we'll try to get him on the agenda for maybe sometime in June. But they're going to build these. They call them BDAs. They're beaver dam, like man-made beaver dams, basically. But they got, I think he was saying yesterday, $4 million or something that's going to be invested in our watersheds here. And so he had talked possibly about utilizing the OICC crew maybe next summer, and them also him being able to find one of his colleagues in the conservation world to come lead the team and have them be part of, and that just be their project for next summer. So there's some really kind of cool, exciting things that maybe for some of our kids who are looking for an outdoor career path and maybe haven't thought of conservation and what SWCD and NRCS does here, it might be a good way for them to kind of get that exposure and kind of broaden their horizons in terms of job opportunities that are around here.
So we talked a little bit last time about possibility of doing it both ways. And I guess there's got to be a number of percentage or whatever to determine whether to do both, one or the other, whatever. But I think you should probably, I'm willing to participate in the program that's existed for 18 years. It's good for the kids and I think it's important. I just think it's a really bad business decision for me, on that level to take on the workers' comp risk. And that's an undetermined number if you have a workers' comp claim, what that long-term cost would be to the business. And there are several businesses on your list, I think, feel the same way. At least that's the feedback I've gotten. But if we had the opportunity, and you've got too many kids and you want to participate in the old program, I think there's some businesses, any in the city of Arlington would be willing to do that. And how many does the city of Arlington normally take them?
they've taken 3, 4 kids, because sometimes they'll have one in the office and maybe 3 working outside. And
And then the hardware stores always, because I don't.
they usually do just one.
They don't know that they're going to participate. Yeah, if that option was there and you're looking for a place to place them, I think you'd have some businesses and entities that would sure participate in the old program. Just it's definitely good for the youth.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think this is a work in progress anyway, isn't it? We're trying to see how things work, and so.
I do, I guess I'm just throwing it out there, I understand, it's a county program that's been implemented for a long time through the county, administered through the county, and now we're going to eliminate it. So where's that time go, or where's the budget dollars that we save go when we just don't do it anymore for the community?
I think that I don't know that it's necessarily that the way I see it is that what that allows Teddy's time to do is, rather than chasing, say, timesheets and making sure that the kids' I-9s get completed, that instead what I would like to see her use those hours is to develop the trainings that we were talking about for addressing, you know, whether that's interview workshops or other skill building. So I would see, actually, rather than using her time to really just sort of chase paperwork, which I don't think, I mean, obviously it's a value to the kids because they're getting paid. But in terms of actually building skills in the kids, I don't know that that's actually.
Well, it's obviously a value to the kids if they're in the workplace in the business, learning something about the real world.
But do you teach them how to make a resume? And
I don't teach them how to make a resume.
Yeah,
I just
see,
take
so
them-
I
take them
think-
through an interview process. And
I think
we do
all the
this
kids
together.
should be involved in that program that we want to put together.
No,
And if we can put that, if the group of kids that are going to go to the businesses that are interested in the change, and put them in that to start with, so they learn all of that.
all I'm saying is
And
there is a benefit to Teddy's time chasing time cards and doing I-9s and those things for what the kids actually get when they're out in the business working. There's experience with that too, that doing that stuff at the county level helps those kids in a whole nother way.
I think I disagree, honestly, because I think if the employer, because the employer doesn't need to chase the kid for the timesheet, right? Like,
Well, I do.
but in terms of time, it's like an employer who has one employee has one person to chase. When we have 38 kids that Teddy has to chase, that's a huge amount of hours that if she took that, instead of doing the 10 hours it takes to chase all of these kids, and said, okay, instead of doing that, I'm going to line up. Here are 3 workshops that we're going to host, and we're going to talk about how to do a good interview, and we're going to talk about work ethic and showing up on time and what that looks like, and we're going to talk about how to build a resume. To me, the benefit in terms of what the kid actually gets in terms of real world skills is far more for her to be able to use her time developing curriculum and programs than it is just simply saying, hey, I need you to meet me someplace with your signed timesheet. I mean.
No, but what I was trying to say is the kids that are participating in businesses have been participating that don't. And if you have kids that don't get the opportunity to participate in the program because of that,
Yeah.
what they lose is learning how to do customer service, being on time. These kids have not had any experience working with other employees. They've got no experience in the relationship of how you work with each other, how you interact. They have no experience on how to interact with a supervisor or a boss. They have no experience on how to take instructions on a daily and set things out that they are required to get done. And that part of the experience, if you lose that because businesses or entities don't participate, that's what the kids lose.
Yeah. But I mean, I think what we're hearing from businesses, aside from 3, is that they're willing to be at the table and hiring. So I understand and completely respect the businesses that decide, you know what, I don't want to do that. I mean, that's fine. But to me, we can have it both ways, right? We have 12 businesses that have already come to the table. And I don't think that 12 counts Gilliam County, I think, in your list. So Gilliam County is on top of that, as we have kids that we employ at the courthouse as well, and at the road department some years. If we have an 18-year-old that's in the pool. And so to me, it's like, I think we have, if it was 50-50 or we had a huge drop off or the numbers were reversed and we had 3 that said yes and 12 that said no, to me that says, okay, then we're on the wrong path. But you've got a really small percentage of the overall pool that are saying, meh, this isn't probably worth it to me. I mean, I'm open, I guess. I would be open if we're short say 1 or 2 spaces and there's an employer that says, I would do it under the old way, I guess maybe I would be open to making an exception potentially for that 1 year, this one time kind of thing. But it seems to me like the businesses are saying we're on board, by and large. I mean, I don't think you ever get 100% buy-in, but the drop off is not really that significant to me.
Well, it's gonna be a pretty big drop off with the other reasons. There's a lot of businesses that participate, they're not gonna participate for whatever reason. So you may end up with extra youth. That's what's.
Yeah.
Which we'll have to deal with.
We'll have to deal with. And, frankly, I mean, I went through this program. There were years that not every kid gets placed. I mean, sometimes it just so happens that there's more interest in the program than we're able to fill. And that's a life skill as well.
Yes,
honestly.
I was gonna say, they need to understand that
sometimes
job is competitive.
You don't get the job just because there's a better applicant, and you figure out something else that summer to occupy your time.
Yeah, that's a
So,
good life lesson as well, yes.
I mean, I'm on board with the changes because I've seen
I am too.
administratively what it does in terms of having to track those down and the amount of time that our clerk spends trying to get all the paperwork together to even be able to process payroll.
Well, and I'm excited about the whole workshop thing where we're gonna teach them some of those skills that are so important. That they may not be getting at these businesses. I mean, not every business is doing an interview, and they're just saying, okay, I got a kid, now go do this, put those cans on the shelf, or put this over there, and they're not learning those skills we want to teach them.
I do have a work ethics training that I've done, not every single year, have had time to do, but we look at work ethics around whether it's a privilege and punctuality and attendance, tardiness, attitude, and your appearance, and then talks about creating a resume tips, and we have a worksheet that they literally fill out and create the resume. And then this year we had a community service project. They all went and unloaded their food pantry truck. We provided them lunch, and then they came back and worked on interviewing techniques and first impressions. We have 8 rules of interviewing, their self-confidence, and then kind of a follow-up to the day. So,
But I think we can definitely.
there's definitely things to improve upon in there with, like you guys had said, having some people come in and actually walk through mock interviews. So once we've kind of showed them how to do their resume sheets, then they could go give it to somebody and work through an interview and different things. So,
And get critiqued.
yeah, absolutely.
So how about this as next steps? I think the next step is to see what the youth interest is this year versus how many slots we have open. I mean, I'm for moving forward with the changes. And if we do have an unmet need, we can regroup on how to address or whether to address those sort of unmet needs. But otherwise, I'm on board with moving forward with the changes.
Yeah, me too.
Okay. Anything else on that one?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Thank you for running all of that down. That was a lot of phone calls and stuff to make with people. And thank you for those businesses that are listening for being willing to continue to be part of the program and invest in our kids. It's a worthwhile program, I think. All right, let's go into 6.1, community food pantry update. Teddy, do you want to kind of, I mean, we've got all of our,
Yes.
we've got both.
Can I move here?
Yes, please
to
do.
slow this down? I'm gonna try and bring up a PowerPoint that we use for our staff reports. And then we'll have both of our
So Teddy, we're going to give you co-host status so you can screen share. And then I'm going to make you full screen on there so that everybody can see what Ted is presenting.
Okay.
Rather than all of you squint at a little box. At least that's my hope.
Oh, there we go.
There it is.
Fuck yeah.
Come on. There we go.
Okay. And I did make a couple of extra copies if you guys want to get it for the packets. Thank you for the packet.
Start slideshow, it'll make it full screen. So we
Okay,
don't
thank
see the
you.
preview screens. So slideshow tab along the top. Okay, and then from the beginning over on the left-hand side.
Gotcha. There we go.
Yeah, perfect.
It's pretty up.
Yes, it is. Okay.
Go on to the next screen.
Okay. So I will introduce myself, and I think everybody here is aware that I'm Gilliam County Family Services Coordinator, and my name is Teddy Fenner. And we also have our Arlington Food Pantry here, and we have Carrie Cowan and Judy Galvin. And then we have some members of our Condon Food Pantry here, and I have Kalana Morin and Pat Riley. He's not Don, I'm sorry. I needed to make a change and I apparently didn't. And then I believe that Margaret was online.
She is.
Here on this.
Yeah.
So first we have Arlington, and they are going to go ahead and start presenting the information to you, and I am going to change as we go along. So
Okay.
I think, Carrie, are you?
Yeah, I'm Carrie Cowan, and I'm going on 9 years as the treasurer at Arlington Health. And this is Judy, she does the Worry. And
the secretary.
as secretary, yes. And we had our chairman needed to resign because of her husband's health. So in May, we voted in Gary Wagner as our new chairman. Judy and I will be working peripherally with CAFFA. We're not too tech savvy, but we're going to do it with reports. So that's what's going on right now. We serve on an average of 23 households per month. It's down, as you notice. I can explain that if you want me to explain it now.
Yeah, that would be
Okay.
great.
So this last May, we had 24 households. This May, we had 14. What's going on is, and almost all of the 14 were single people. People with children are getting huge amounts of money monthly for SNAP, or if they're on, as I understand it, if they're on certain programs, they're getting extra money. So our clientele are, COVID didn't change their life much because they are, a lot of them are generational on the system. And so they have their monthly allotment and actually probably have done better during COVID with the extra money given. So another issue with our clientele is they don't have storage space. And a lot of, few have freezers. They just have their little refrigerator compartments. So they can't take a lot of extra food at a time.
They do a large share of canned, dried.
Mm-hmm. I did get courageous and ask somebody, because you just can't go up to somebody and say, well, I hear this rumor that you're getting extra funds and food. You just can't do that. But I do know one well enough, and I asked her, and because she's on Medicare and
SSI,
Medicare and
Medicaid.
maybe Medicaid, and she doesn't have the extra funds coming in. She's not getting that help. So the older people are the ones that are not faring the best. So that's what's going on. Also, in our energy fund, because we've had a lot of issues with that in the past, just being hit really hard. And I called up, because we haven't been getting the people, and I called up Pacific Power, and they said, during COVID, they're not going to shut off. So if our clientele are not keeping up the payments, I'm expecting a landslide. So that's what's going on there. Our food, we budget $6,000. Mark out of the 10,000. I skip all over. I'm sorry.
That's okay. You're doing great.
And we have a remaining balance of that of $1,991.17. So we have money left in our budget for his food. But I will say that we didn't have to pay for food this year. We, CAFFA provided that free of charge. So that was awesome. So we were able to buy extra can of things, juices, hams, and things like that. Operational expenses were, our monthly rent is $2,400 a year that we pay the Methodist Church. Operational expenses, $117.16. Water shut off for a family of 3 was $180.50. We don't get water shut-offs. We get them rarely. So this was a family that was really struggling. Food, we paid $658.65. The Stranded People program. Arlington is different in Condon that way because we have the freeway. There's accidents that happen. There are
Vehicles breaking down.
Vehicles breaking down, yeah. And this year we have paid $652.52 with 9 households and 12 people. But there's another fraction there that we get a bill every once in a while for gas from the Shell people, and they're not real consistent in billing. And when I get it, I pay it. And what we allow $20. And we don't have people returning for that. We don't have hardly any community people asking for help.
Every once in a while, we have someone staying at the hotel. You know, they
Yes.
go down and they can't get their car fixed until like 1 or 2 days. And we take care of the hotel.
And that amount there, the $652.52, that is motel costs. Yeah. So this is in the area of the 6,000, the general, and the 1,991.17 is left to go through June 30th. So, yeah.
So are you finding the county has, and Pat may not know this, but the county has in place with both Arlington Health and the food and the Condon Food Pantry, it's not IGAs, I think it's memorandum of agreement, for $10,000 yearly, for each entity. Is that, it sounds, looking at this, it looks like that's sufficient, but I just wanted to confirm that that
Yes.
is covering what you need it to cover.
Yeah. And I'm not going to cry, but I'm going to tell you what a huge difference that made in my stress level. Because a few years ago, when we had an awful winter, our budget was a living nightmare. And I was going, okay, so how can we pay rent? And how can we buy food? And I did an emergency call to Teddy. And I just, I was writing letters to companies that worked in Arlington. I was going to Walmart. I was writing letters to Fred Meyer. But I learned quickly that if you're not invested in our county, even though you work there, and so didn't get any return. It was very disappointing. So I really appreciate it because I just tell you, I thought, okay, in my budget, how can I come up with extra money to put in this program? I mean, it was to that point. And Teddy, when I called her, and what happened is, I think it was the prior year or that year, we had gotten a grant, and it was that you spend first, and then you get a reimbursement. It never came through.
Oh.
So Teddy was a lifesaver, and she found the money somewhere. And we thought, oh, thank you. So a huge difference. So I can't say enough. Congratulations.
And we did have a large contribution from the Condon Elk.
Yes, that was a blessing.
$2,700.
Wonderful.
And we had to use it before the middle of March or the end of March of this year. And they notified us like in February.
Yeah.
And they had to approve what we purchased. So we got another freezer, which the electrical in that place kept. We were worried about the electrical. We already had one refrigerator and 4 freezers.
Yeah.
Now we have 5 freezers. But we had the freezer, some meat. What's the other one?
Shelving.
Shelving. So we had to rearrange our small little room a little bit to get that in there, the shelving. And it works great. We got, I don't know how many pounds of hamburger. We got half of it now.
Half of it.
And we got a freezer, which holds just the hamburger. And so we will be getting the other half of it within the next month or so.
And I worked with a gentleman that sells in Arlington. So he's already familiar with Arlington. And he knocked the price down for us a little bit because he grew up hungry. So thank you.
So we made use of it.
Yeah. Yeah. We had some really nice hamburger. And he threw in soup bones. Greasy bones. So that's awesome.
Yeah. Can you educate me for folks' food boxes? Do you do a shopping model, or do you do like you box them up and people pick them up, or maybe the pandemic's kind of changed that too?
We always did shopping model, and that worked really well for our clientele. And then when COVID hit, we had to do the food boxes, which doesn't work as well.
It really doesn't work
Doesn't
because,
work.
the people don't normally take certain items. But we had to make them. And so Gary, our new chairman, he would stop by the church and there would be boxes of food that people didn't want. And we just take it back in, put it back on the shelf. It was non-perishable. It was not non-perishable, but the canned food and stuff. So we just put it back on the shelves and it just keeps getting rotated. But now and then after that, the governor released, and we let one person in at a time and did it, and they left and the next person. But now, since the governor closed it up again, this last time we did boxes again.
And when the county provided transportation, it was great. Without the transportation, a lot of people, they don't have transportation there. So
Several people do have 2 or 3 people in their car. So
yeah,
they do combine.
So are you guys still then under the needing to box up model? Or is that something that we should be talking to the governor about, considering changing any guidelines to? I mean, if shopping would be easier and it sounds like you can do it safely, I don't understand why that would be any different than people going into a grocery store.
Yeah,
that's right.
We're actually,
They have the right
to do the shopping. We went back to shopping.
Back to shopping. Yeah.
It just
Okay.
doesn't matter.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's just this last
Get what
month,
they want.
that we started the boxes again.
Okay.
But I think if one person comes in, they don't touch the product.
Right.
We put the product in the box or bag and do it that way.
Okay.
That way they get what they want, what they can use.
I just wanted to make sure if the shopping style worked better and we needed the governor to look at the guidelines, I would be happy to ask her,
Yes.
but it sounds like maybe the guidelines are allowing that now.
Yeah.
Is that, okay.
I think as long as we stay safe and
Yes.
smart.
And of course you have hand sanitizer
Right.
there and you have masks just in case they don't.
Great.
We do okay.
Thank you guys for all
Yes.
that you do.
Oh.
I can tell there's passion there and
Yeah.
a big heart.
Well, Carrie's got a soft heart, so.
So wide. Job well done.
But that's the reason that they do a good job.
thank you.
Thank you.
So do I have one on the energy? Is there another slide?
I think if you go back
already.
Oh, I did that.
We already did
Yeah.
that.
You covered it.
I covered it.
You did fantastic.
Thank you. Are there any questions?
Any questions?
I don't think so.
You can always come up and visit us if you wear your mask.
So are you upstairs or in the basement?
We're in the main floor.
That's it.
And there's, the side door of the church. And we're the first 2 rooms on the right.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so Condon is going to do some presenting now, and you didn't tell me that last night. No, she didn't.
Don't be nervous. We're friendly
I will
around
help
here.
Not a problem. I'm Kalana Morin, and I actually just became active with the food pantry in November. And then the board asked me to become the coordinator this past month. So new, but I have been very active since November, which I started out with a against the rules food drive because I felt like we really needed to get the community involved and everything. So, and that ended up bringing in quite a bit of food.
It did,
And a lot of
honestly, I don't
cash.
remember right now what it was, but it was very well received.
Yeah, and Vicky down at the drive-in was a huge asset. I think it was during the Christmas parade, she said if you purchase a hot chocolate, or no, you bring in a food item, you get a free hot chocolate.
Yes, yeah.
Type of thing and stuff like that. So she was huge in assisting with that. In 2020, though, we served an average of 59 households and served 40.9 people per month, which I'm curious about. Where did that 0.9?
Hey,
I'm telling you, I
We gotta
point it out.
An arm maybe.
And then in 2021 so far, we're currently serving an average of 53.5 households per month, which again has gone down in large with the younger households with kids getting extra finances. And I have seen where we're
not getting the younger families coming in quite as much because they do have that extra money coming in with SNAP and then the unemployment benefits and everything else. With an average of 113 people per month.
Do you want me to?
Teddy can talk about that one because I don't know anything on this one.
So this, I added this in so you guys would be able to see our energy assistance program is slightly different than what Arlington does. We do have a formal intake and a formal application process and obviously formal rules or whatever you want to call them that we go by to do all of this. So it can't exceed over $400 that we help a family with in 1 year. They can only really come to us one time. So if we're helping them, we're just doing it one time. We're not able to say that we can help you at the beginning of the year and then again at the end of the year. So there are some clear guidelines that we will help with water under, it was extenuating circumstances. Also, we would provide the money for a deposit, again, under some extenuating circumstances. You know, if somebody was moving into a home and had children and they couldn't get their water or sewer turned on, it was kind of a health issue. And so we decided a few years back that we would go ahead and do some of those type of things to make sure that families were taken care of in that area as well. So, and then finally, we, if we're already working with somebody, we kind of have them, they're already going through an intake process and they're falling within guidelines and income and all of that. So we then can say to Columbia Basin, you know, we didn't have enough money to help this family completely. Can you, with your Helping Hearts program, help them with X number of dollars? So we can ask them to do that. So if they really had an issue going on and they needed help with maybe not only their electricity, but they needed wood to heat their home with, or they needed oil. And we all know that everything's so high, it doesn't go very far. Mm-hmm. So we could put $400 maybe in oil and then ask Helping Hearts to pay $200 or if their bill was $142, we just say, could you do 142 or 100 of that, because they can come up with the 42. It was whatever we could kind of work out with the families and with them as well. So then the Pandemic Water Fund, the city of Condon graciously came up with some funding that they wanted to be able to utilize to help citizens of Condon with their water assistance if they were affected by COVID. So if they were having less hours or maybe no hours, whatever the circumstances may be there, that they were going to have this fund available. And they asked the food pantry to utilize those funds to take care of that budget for them. So since we were, again, already doing those things for the other areas, we helped do the water as well for folks that were applying for assistance. Okay, Kalana, we'll let you jump back in for a minute.
With the food pantry, I have started, you know, like I said, became the coordinator. Don Parm and Teddy are actually going to be doing most of the reporting. I do the ordering because I'm down there all the time. Currently, I'm trying to, I did the training with Capco and how I'm supposed to kind of do things. And she was giving me some really neat ideas. my goal would be to be able to kind of expand some of the hours and have more distributions per month, because I came to the realization not everybody has a freezer like mine. A lot of them have the little teeny tiny freezers on their little tiny refrigerators, and they can't take 4 or 5 pieces of or packages of meat at a time and be able to have that. So they are taking more of the dried goods, the canned goods, that kind of thing. So I want to try, if at all possible, but it's my challenge is getting the word out, because not everybody, especially the elderly, don't use Gilliam County Traders on Facebook. So it's just trying to get the word out that, I want to try and expand hours, but I'm also trying to work through, what extra hours can I do, and everything. And so that's one of my little challenges. But
could I just interject? If you haven't been introduced to Sabrina Wagner, who does our senior services, we should definitely make that connection, Teddy, because Sabrina's talking. I'm assuming that a lot of your clients are probably people that she's seeing at the senior meal sites.
Yeah.
And so once you've kind of figured out what, if you're doing it expanded hours or a second distribution, I think she might be able to be helpful in connecting with at least that portion of the population. And she's constantly sending out things to them. So, and knows how to reach some of that population you're talking to. So I just wanted to make sure you make that connection.
Yeah,
thank you. I don't know why I didn't think of that.
Well, because I just had sprung the whole expanded hours thing on you Tuesday or Monday morning. So, because a lot of food pantries are doing more than just one distribution a month, because of that simple fact. People don't have the space. And so I'm trying to figure out, as I'm going to be starting to work again full time the beginning of the month, what can I do to be able to do that? Thankfully, my new employer doesn't want me to stop with the food pantry volunteer stuff. So she's getting a substitute for me those 2 days where I unload the truck and distribution day. So whatever I do decide to do for extended hours, it'll be after hours or weekend.
Right.
To try and reach people possibly that work, that, qualify for the benefits, or just people that, can't make or forget. And a Saturday would work better, something like that. I've been real excited working with the board and becoming part of the food pantry board. We've got a lot of really neat ideas that we're going to be trying to work on, just to make that service more accessible and better for this town and the community. We've actually, as the governor is releasing the restrictions on Gilliam County a little bit, we've been able to get, some kids that want to volunteer and show their community service. So they've been doing, just helping unload the truck. Can't have them there when we've got other people there, but when it's just a couple of us and their parents, unloading the truck and putting stuff away, we always glove up and mask up and stuff. So that's been very fun to be able to see the youth in this community volunteering.
Great.
So.
And I don't believe that Dawn is actually on. She had other things to do. So I kind of worked with this. I'm going to go ahead and report out to you folks. So we work in the same area as CAFFA does, like with our federal fiscal year almost, when we do our energy assistance program, because it's in October of every year when new numbers are released on what your income limits can be and stuff. And so we run with October 1 through September 30 on on those numbers. So in 2019, 2020, we served 22 households, which included 59 people, and we paid $7,600 on energy bills. And then for the pandemic water, there was $2,000 donated initially. We were able to serve 8 households with 28 people, and we paid $1,449 with a $550 carry forward. And so then from October of 2020 through September 2021, we've served 11 households, 35 people, paid out $4,400 on energy bills currently. Our pandemic water was down to the 550, and so they donated another 1,000, which put us up to the 1,550. And so far we have served 7 households and 28 people, and totaling $1,225. So we have $324.91 remaining in that pandemic water fund. We spent $858 on our insurance and $2,854.79 on extra food. So out of our $10,000, we have $1,887.21 to carry forward for the rest of the year on that. This is some things just with what I spoke with both of the programs, and we've kind of touched on all of this stuff already, but I wanted everybody to know that we did have to move to that pre-box distribution style. It was very time consuming and very hard, and people did come for their curbside pickup unless they had extenuating circumstances, and they got things delivered to them. Thank goodness we've been able to go back to a shopping style. And with that shopping style, we will still do some delivering, but we try and make it so you either don't have transportation, you're disabled and can't come, or you have some sort of extenuating circumstance. Like, I'm going to use an example. We have somebody who works the night shift at Summit, and so they're pretty much just getting to bed when it's time to come to the food pantry, so they can't do that. So we run it over, drop it on their porch, and when they get up, they take care of it, and everything works out just fine. So like, you've got to have some sort of circumstance for us to do that. We can't just deliver to everybody, because we do have a lot of people that would go, hey, deliver to me because I'm going to stay home and watch my program today, or whatever, you know. But other than that, Kalana has been doing a lot of going back down and meeting people. I've gone back down and met people. And as far as, I'm still working with the programs, but I'm going to be moving out of being the food pantry coordinator, and Kalana is moving into that position. So that'll be more of the board leadership in that role that was not there several years ago. And so the reason why I stepped in to do that. And then again, somebody had already pointed this out, but we definitely we're very fortunate to work with the Elks Club, and we, for both programs, were able to get $2,750. And again, we had to spend it within like a month and a half, and it was great, you know, and we shop totally locally, so it went back into our store here. We got a lot of case goods and supported a lot of different things that normally you don't get through CAFFA, that people may not have been getting out of town to get. So, and then looking forward, we definitely want to see if the Gilliam County Transportation Services can work with the food pantries again after pandemic things are lifted, because it very much helped people be able to get on the bus and be able to come if they didn't have transportation. We had in Condon, I think, like 6, 7-ish that rode the bus every month for sure. Some kind of fluctuated here and there, that maybe they would, maybe they wouldn't, maybe they wouldn't come this month. And Arlington, as they indicated, had quite a few. It's just too far to walk, and then you can't walk with your bags or boxes really with stuff either. So that's something that we're looking forward to being able to do again, if that's possible. Great. I don't know if you guys have other questions or feedback for us, or.
One question I had was, I know talking to the board previously, you guys were still looking for some board members. So I wanted to check in and see, like, do you have a full board? Are you still looking for volunteers?
We are still looking for board members.
Okay.
For sure, yes. We can take at least 2 more positions.
Okay.
To fill.
So folks who are listening in, if you want a really cool way to give back to your community for maybe a couple hours a month, I'm assuming the board would say, how much can you give? And we'll work with you. Please consider reach out to any of these folks if you're interested in volunteering and giving a little bit of time, because I think both entities, I would say Arlington as well, if you're listening from Arlington and want a way to give back, please consider doing this.
One of the things that I would just say is both boards have wonderful volunteers, and without making anything sound negative, we have an aging volunteer population.
She didn't mean you. She didn't mean you.
No, what's that?
I don't want to sound negative, but myself included. So, we do have a lot of people, they retire and then they want some things to do, but we really need some younger people, because unloading a truck gets a little rough on older people and people with bad backs or whatever. So it's been wonderful to see some families that have like homeschooled kids, and they take an hour to work on their community service, and that has been absolutely wonderful. But I think
the
that
energy level is amazing.
if more people could do it, or even the school one time a year, because I know it's been
maybe at least during the summer.
Absolutely.
Definitely.
And we've done the OICC or just different entities that have said, okay, you work for, I'm going to say the school, but we're going to just go up there for that hour and help them unload the truck. We've had just different places during the summer that have used their youth work experience kids to help unload the truck at times. So,
And if anybody that wants to volunteer that is a really, really good grant writer.
that is one of the things that I was just going to say is we very much so are outgrowing the size of the pantry in Condon, and definitely after we get a little more of a full board, would really like to pursue grants. And obviously not one person can really do it all with everybody working and trying to do things other than that, but
So do you have an idea of where you might want to land if you move out of the church?
So we were kind of talking last night, and we're thinking that maybe our best option is, we're going to look at a couple of different things in the community, but we think maybe the best option would be to buy a lot and build something
And that's where the grant writing comes.
Yeah, and we do have grants that we can pursue.
And CAFFA's very willing to help because they want to see us grow. My passion is after my husband and I first got married as teenagers, and we met while I was doing OYCC.
We've come full circle.
Yes, we have. We were living on very little income, and this kind of a community with this kind of a resource wasn't available to us. It was hard. I don't like seeing people have to go through hard times like this and having to choose to pay bills rather than food, or food rather than bills, you know, or you know, needing gas money to get to work and not having the food. I don't like that. And so I have become very passionate about it. And I want to see this community grow, this food pantry, and the benefits that we can provide to this community. Because, you know, we didn't see the hardship that I thought that we would see over the past year, but there was a lot of federal funds available. Those funds are running out.
Yeah, I think we're gonna
And
start
we're
seeing
gonna start
some harder
seeing,
times.
especially the energy assistance, we're gonna start seeing an influx of that. And I wouldn't be surprised if we didn't see the food need come back into play if SNAP pulls back their extra funds as well. And, you know, Thursday when we unloaded that truck, I had food stuck so daggone stinking high in that little room. It was unreal. And trying to find places to put things and praying I didn't get too much refrigerated food so that I could, you know, store it over the weekend until Monday's distribution. So I just, like I said, any ideas of volunteers that would assist with writing a grant. CAFFA's going to help however they can in finding some grants and stuff like that. And the training is amazing. I have absolutely had a blast working with them on that. And they're giving me ideas on food drives and all kinds of things to get the community more involved. My biggest challenge right now is just getting the word out, you know, other than Gilliam County Traders, as to, you know, hours and days and, you know, services and stuff like that.
Is there collaboration between the two pantries and like ideas? We've got this idea, maybe it would help you, or we had an idea that helped us. Maybe that would help
pretty
you.
It's pretty good in feeding each one of us information.
The collaboration really has been a lot through myself. There, I will say several years ago, there's been definite collaboration with the boards together, an opportunity with emergency food and shelter grant. And there had to be board collab, like a whole new board. So it was both of them together. So there has been collaboration, but there's always room to start getting things back together again. Absolutely. So
they're different. Your programs are different.
They are.
But to share ideas because they are different could be a big asset.
Maybe even look at whether it's once or twice a year, just getting the two boards together, and whether that's even when you come to see us kind of thing. Let's talk about the cool things that each of you are doing, because I think we've got a lot of obviously passionate and creative people, I think, between the two boards, and I'm just impressed.
Yep.
So other questions for either group?
Keep up the good work.
Yeah, one thing I did want to note, because we'll go into announcements and next meeting, but since you both are sitting here, I just wanted to kind of flag, and this might be news to the commissioners, but last week we heard from the governor's office that Gilliam County's going to be getting a sizable chunk of money for vaccine incentives. $110,000. And so one of the things that we have not come up with a plan for how we would use those funds. But one of the things I had thought about potentially, because the governor's interested in looking at equity and making sure that folks who traditionally may have a harder time accessing vaccines because they're working hourly and they can't take the time off, or, you know, whatever it is, they want us to really be looking at equity. And I wondered if the food pantries distribution points might be an opportunity to incentivize folks if, say, North Central Public Health brought their mobile vaccine clinic, and as people came up to shop, maybe they get a $50 voucher for, one of the grocery store, if they get their vaccine, or if they come and show that they've already gotten their vaccine.
Oh my gosh, we have so many people.
Yeah.
Yay!
So we have not concluded that that's how we want to spend the money, but I did want to put that on your radars while you're sitting here. If you're willing to potentially be partners, I think that might help us at least ensure that your clientele, which I think the governor would probably count as people who have some barriers to being able to access vaccinations. If you guys would be willing partners, we still need to discuss that, but it's an idea that I've been kicking around. In
the last numbers, we really need to get about 507 people vaccinated in Gilliam County. And that money is to be utilized to promote that vaccination program anyway. We can't use it for anything but that, but yeah.
Okay. So if we set up like a place
for
vaccination.
Outside.
Well, we're trying, there should be a vaccination site in Arlington on the 25th. I don't know what.
Well, they've done it at the fire hall.
But and we haven't determined with North Central where it's going to be in Arlington yet, but there's going to be one next week. It's going to be in conjunction with what they're doing at the school, and then we'll do one downtown.
Yeah, so I think the court still needs to figure out how we want to tackle expending those funds, but potentially, I think if the court's on board, we may end up contacting you and seeing if there's a partnership to be made between North Central Public Health, would actually bring out the nurses and everything to do the vaccinations, but then providing and using those cash incentives.
Trying to get people to come to the site.
To do it.
They've done quite a little bit of that in the Dalles. It's been pretty effective with, they call it a bite out of COVID, and they go to a restaurant, they get something to eat if they get a vaccination. And,
wow, I've seen that. I wanted to go.
So, and you may have some clientele who have already done that. And I think we have enough of a pool that we may actually even be able to incentivize people who have already gotten their shot. Because we may hear from folks who say, well, I just got it last week. How come I don't get my $50 voucher or whatever?
Yeah.
probably do.
Yeah. So, anyway, we don't have any firm plans, but I just wanted to put that on both entities' radars, that I think this is a potential point that we could access some clientele that may otherwise be hard to access, and also help for the families, give them an additional resource potentially to help with food insecurity or whatever that incentive may look like. So
yeah, our distribution date for next month would be on the 21st, which is a Monday. So
fantastic.
Yeah, you can just kind of jot that down. So in case you guys do decide you want to do that, that would be the date.
And when is Arlington's?
Theirs is usually a week ahead of ours, so whatever you think. The second Monday.
So that would be the 14th.
14th? Okay.
Yeah, we do it on the 10th.
Okay.
Hey, Liz, did I see an email where that money's coming in for all three counties in the North Central, and they're supposed to kick it out? And the numbers didn't match real well, but that's what I think it was.
I don't know. I'll have to check.
I'll look too, because I got an email on that, I'm pretty sure.
When Leah and the governor first described it, it sounded like the contract would be directly with us, and my assumption was that the money would just go directly to the counties, but
think they might have changed that.
Well, maybe we don't want them to do that.
I would suggest not.
Right? Exactly.
I'm happy to make a call.
I'll see if I can't find that and we can look at it.
Thank you both.
Yes,
Both
so much.
entities for everything that you're doing. And once I get some direction from the court on this vaccine incentive, how they would like us to handle that, we may be in touch about doing some coordination with North Central Public Health to see if we can get some shots in arms, or if people have already gotten them,
Reward them
for that.
I think great. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. So commissioners, we're on to 7.0, which is announcements and next meeting. Next meeting is scheduled for June 2nd. We will be back, I think, in the courthouse. We were displaced due to grand jury this morning or this afternoon. So, so we'll be back there. I think, are we scheduled to take up the budget on the set?
Yes.
So for those who are interested in the budget process, that likely will be the last step. So if you miss the public budget committee hearings and you still want to weigh in on next year's budget, this is your opportunity to come talk to us if you think we got something wrong, or want to consider something. We also likely will probably take up just approving the grants that the budget committee authorized and formalizing those. So if you're one of the potential grantees and want to listen in, you're welcome to do that. And let me see what else I've got. Actually, I'll kick it over to Sherry. You go first and I'll figure out what else I've got.
Okay, this is my busy week. I have Norcor tomorrow and at 10 and CAFFA on Friday at 11. Both entities are talking budget. And if you're interested in listening in or looking at the agenda, the packets are online for both those entities and you can see what's going on with that. And I think next week I'm gonna be talking with Integrated Bakeries with some ideas that they're having that sounded exciting. So
maybe some expansion opportunities.
yeah, so that's something we'll be looking at, and I'll let you know what happens with that.
Awesome. How about you, Pat? What you got going on?
Since the last meeting, I went to the Arlington City Council meeting, and actually Leah did a presentation on discussing Arlington revitalization to the council and getting some input, some council participation in that process. And in the process, forming a committee, which will be followed up with a town hall and kind of get that ball rolling. I met with John at Arlington TV over some of where they're at and what they're doing, and they're starting to, he's actually started deploying some rural on that end of the county. And
wonderful.
So there's some stuff going on with that we'll have to kind of tie together with everything else going on with fiber.
Yeah.
And then I wasn't sure if everybody knows, but Windwave laid fiber down Chubby Flat about 2 weeks ago and out tree line. So
I saw them out there.
Yeah. Was on a Zoom meet and greet with the new owners of the Caithness project, Brookfield, Dewey and I, and met Jared Cooley and Dan Perry, who is a local resident, participates a lot in their stuff, the Department of Fair Board and stuff, is going to be their project and operations manager. He's a pretty good guy for that job. So went over the road use agreement, and the starting time is they'll start road work in August, and delivery equipment will start in October for the repower. That at that time it'll be Brookfield will be doing it because that sale closed on the 31st of March, so it's a done deal. Had the North Central Public Health Board meeting on the 11th, and they put me on the agenda to give them an update on Gilliam County's interest in forming their own LPHA. So I gave them a spiel because the word's out, and kind of let them know where we're at and what was going on and what was driving it. And they have some concerns, and which was normal.
Naturally.
And there were
Yeah,
board
they should.
members that on there that it hit them like, because they hadn't heard anything about it. So there was some tense moments and why we hadn't communicated any problems if there were some. So we're going to have a lot of communications down the road over that. Met with Jeff Dang, the port executive. We did a tour and a little drive around with Peter and Dewey the other day, and talked about a lot of different stuff.
I'd like to invite him to come. I'd like to invite you, Jeff, to come to court and introduce yourself.
He's been a little ill this week, so he's had some strep throat issues.
Oh, don't come.
Don't
come now.
Sorry, guys. I would love to be there, and I look forward to coming down there. But yeah, my daughter, she started her first week of daycare, and she was kind enough to bring home a cold to me and her mother. So yeah, so it's day 3, so I'm probably on the tail end of it. But yeah, I can't wait to get down there and meet everyone.
Great. Well, just so you know, Jeff, the second meeting in June will be in Arlington, so that might be a good opportunity. Or you're obviously we welcome Condon too on the 2nd. Yeah. I'll have Teresa circle back with you and see if which meeting might work best.
All right, great. Yeah, that sounds perfect.
Say hello. Anything else, Pat?
A couple of things. It's been busy. Of course, we're in collective bargaining, and we'll go into that a little bit later. And then I did do a tour at the Condon Childcare. It was rebranded as an early learning center yesterday. Really interesting what's going on up there. And then had a not scheduled meeting ran into Dan Marr yesterday at the port and spent about an hour talking with him, and that was really interesting. Kind of got updated with what's going on there. Budget meeting with North Central tomorrow morning and County College tomorrow afternoon and Friday afternoon.
Woohoo!
Oh, and I also participated in the City of Arlington budget as a budget committee member. So we got budget passed.
Awesome. Awesome. Okay, so things that I also wanted to flag, the Frontier Talent Budget Committee will be meeting next Tuesday, the 25th at 10 a.m. And I believe the full board will be meeting after. Looking potentially at proposals for management. So we'll see who submits proposals. Let me see what else I've got here. I've got my every other week check-in with Leah at the governor's office on next Wednesday, the 26th. So we'll raise the ODA thing that Jordan asked during that. Let's see what else is coming up here. I think that is all that is noteworthy between now and then. I did want to get, we already talked about briefly the $110,000 and just wanted to get some engaged or get a read from the two of you on how engaged you want to be in distributing that money. If you want to have us detail out a plan of here's and have full sign off on that, or if you want us as me and the staff as just be creative and go for it. We have enough money. I mean, we've been kicking around some ideas, and I think we have a full staff meeting next week, and I was going to ask our staff to throw out any ideas they have. Some of the things we've been kicking around, which I talked about, maybe a voucher that goes with our food pantry folks. We talked about possibly replicating the take a bite out of, we called it shots for shots, which go to some of our bars potentially and buy the first drink potentially. We talked about maybe doing a big drawing. So if people came in and showed their vaccination card, they would get to put their name in the pot, and maybe at the fair, we draw out 2 or 3 winners of like say $5,000 or $10,000. I mean, a huge amount, because we have so much resources compared to the number of people we need to reach. I think we can be pretty aggressive in how we distribute it. And we also talked potentially about seeing if North Central Public Health can come out with Pfizer and working with the schools to hit the 12 to 18 range and maybe we talked about maybe Amazon gift cards or a college scholarship for our seniors. I mean, we have tons of ideas that have been generated at the courthouse. I just need direction from the two of you on how engaged.
I think I need to be somewhat engaged because the schools, I've been working with Shelley and the school's already scheduled.
Okay.
For the 25th.
Okay.
Now, I am not sure, based on the emails I got, what's going on. And it's been tagged on the bottom of an email with the schedule of what's going on in North Central's area over the next week or 2 weeks, about 2 weeks, I think. And Arlington was on that schedule. Arlington School was on that schedule. There's a note down the bottom that Condon will be done the same day. Wasn't actually on the schedule. I don't know why it was put on there that way. I haven't talked to Shelley yet. But at that time, they're trying to, with that, do a walk-in vaccination pod downtown Arlington for sure. And I don't know what the discussion's been up here about. Maybe do it on the same day for anybody that's interested in coming in and doing a walk-in. That's just a few days away.
I was going to say, so because that's a few days away, do we have the money, or are we just been promised the money? Is there a deadline when we have to use the money?
We do not have the DAS contract yet, so we do not have the money. The governor's office told us last week about this, and I think they said at the time it would probably be 2 weeks before we saw the DAS contract. So I'm expecting we'll see a contract here in the next week or so.
Because it would be nice for.
It's supposed to be 55,000 up front and then 55,000 later.
Yeah, I think the second tranche is connected to the equity plan.
The equity plan is being submitted. It should have been submitted this week.
Okay. So there's still some coordination I think we need to have potentially with North Central Public Health on how all this is working.
Because it would be nice to be able to have some kind of incentive
We've got a
at the May
disconnect going on
25th.
between North Central and what I know and what you guys know. We need to get figured out.
Yeah. So.
Because if we don't have the money yet, but we have a clinic on the 25th, and we want to do those incentives, what does that look like?
Yeah. It may be a case, and we can check, that we could look potentially at the county just fronting the money and using, and then it would just come in and backfill. It would reimburse the county basically if we need, because we've already got things on the books. I can check with Leah and see if they anticipate that that would be allowed. I'm not sure where the money is for, like, where the money that North Central Public Health is using for the take a bite out of COVID in Wasco County, where that came from.
Right.
I'm not either. They probably, because they're pretty flush right now with COVID funding. So I'm guessing they probably use that with what's coming in from other areas. But I mean, the suggestion was we do the same thing and use those funds for us, one of their suggestions. So.
Which I think we have enough to do that.
But that wouldn't be a big expense. That part of it's probably not going to be a big expense.
Yeah. So here's my question. Do we want to actually have a written plan for where all of that's going to go and have the court approve that? Or
yeah, that might, because you got some really good ideas that ought to be incorporated into it. And, I mean, some of those are just would be outstanding ideas to really,
right?
Like a drawing. I can see where that's going to definitely get some interest in getting
incentivize some people. So I think what I'm hearing then is, one, that we need to circle back with North Central Public Health and the governor's office on where those funds are going, who has control over them. Make sure that, my understanding was that it's county control over them. So that is definitely a point we need to clear up and make sure.
That was my initial understanding, and then I got this email. I'm trying to find it
to see what
happened.
Yeah. So here's what I think I'll do is, I think me and the staff together with North Central Public Health, can kind of map out what that $110,000, some strategies, because I think we're going to want to do some multiple events and, you know, it's like people who are clients at the food pantry may not necessarily be the ones that are going to show up for some other event.
Yes.
And then, so maybe we can map out, here are the places that we think could be most effective. Make sure that they fit with the equity plan that North Central Public Health is apparently submitting. And then bring it back to the court during the next meeting. And that means we're going to miss some events.
Yeah, that's my concern.
So this, just so you get up to date on this email, hello, Joan, Kathy, Pat. Shelley and I are hoping that we'll be able to work with you all, the Board of Health Commission, in shaping the vaccine equity plan. Although through our counties, we have low enough case numbers that we do not need to hit the 65% vaccination mark to stay in the lower risk categories. And goes on and talks about that a little bit. I thought the plan was on it, but up in the upper part of this email, there was a question of, we are planning on passing all these dollars on to NCBHD. That's from Kathy. We're planning on passing all the dollars on to, I don't know what that means for sure. And then the next email says, how do you think we should proceed? What is the total allocation? The spreadsheet is confusing to me, and there's no spreadsheet on this email. So they seem to think they're getting the funding and they're allocating it somehow, and not necessarily by the original spreadsheet that I saw that showed Gilliam County 110,000.
Well, I wonder if maybe Kathy's saying that Wasco County's intention is just to hand over their money.
That's what I read into it. Yeah.
I would like to control ours and partner.
Well, sure.
Right?
Sure, we reach out to them and tell them what we need.
I'm a control freak.
No. We need to have our money, then we reach out to them and tell them what we need them to do.
Yeah.
Right.
Because basically what we're looking for then is the expertise to put shots in arms.
Yes, exactly. That's really all we need if we get the money, because we can come up with the program. But I hate to see us miss this upcoming May 25th vaccination with incentives too.
Maybe what we could do is reach out to North Central Public Health and see if they have a little bit of money that they could front for incentives. And we could maybe look at reimbursing just that portion.
Yeah, I'll do that because I've been in that conversation with Shelley and all these ideas. They were supposed to reach out to me and nobody has.
Got it. Okay.
Well, see, and there's one thing you can tell them is a problem.
They're already having incentives in Wasco County, so there must be some money somewhere.
I'm sure they're.
Because that was happening before these funds.
No, they got a lot of CARES money, a lot of COVID funding in. They're pretty healthy right now because of all the COVID funding. And I'm sure they've used some of that for those incentives separate from this.
Well, again, it should be happening.
Yeah, why is it only happening in Wasco County is our point. Yes.
So,
and not Gilliam.
So Pat, if you can follow up with Shelley and see for the clinics or for the pods that they have scheduled like this week, if they've got sufficient funds to maybe offer some incentives.
What those incentives
They're supposed to put sandwich boards out with walk-in vaccinations here, and so they haven't, there's some stuff that they haven't rolled up on.
Okay.
I mean, this is sneaking up pretty quick.
Yeah. And then I would say let's only offer up our money if they say we don't have any money that's sitting here that we can incentivize. But I'm thinking especially for like if they're doing a school one, you get those kids like a $50 Amazon gift card.
Right.
They're in, you get, all you need is 2 or 3 people in the peer group to be like, oh, I'm getting my shot. They're all going to line up. Because that's how teenagers work, right? We only need to get to 1 or 2 of them.
Don't they have to have a parental?
Just to 14, and then they don't for some reason.
Up to 14, 15,
But
16?
over 14, they make their own decisions, what I saw.
Really? Okay.
Which I think is kind of bizarre, but.
Yeah, that's a little odd for an age.
Yeah, if you did 50 on 115 in a school, then that's only $7,500 out of 110,000. And you're going to make things roll if you do that.
Yeah, I really think we'd have a missed opportunity to distribute our money if we don't hit next week.
My reach out to Shelley will be, we know this money's coming and we need to use it next week.
There you go.
I mean, we'll find out what they'll do, but we can't, I mean, obviously, they're not gonna step up to $50 per kid for vaccinations next week in the school. I would doubt.
They might.
They might.
I would, if you would, I would approach it as.
No, unless we ask.
I would say, do you already have money to incentivize? And if she says no,
Okay.
then say, well, we might be able to bring some money to the table. How about that? Because then I think we could, if they confront the money, because we obviously don't have the money yet. We haven't signed the contract. We haven't seen the contract. Then we could backfill that budget potentially if they'll front the cost.
Yeah, I would ask, I mean, when did you say you thought it was coming, next couple of weeks?
So they told us last week, and Leah said last week that she thought it would be 2 weeks until we saw the DAS contract. So I'm expecting that next week.
Yeah, that should be part of your conversation with it next week if it hasn't
Yeah.
gotten there. Because this is getting confusing.
Yeah. It sounds like Kathy's intention, though, is just to hand over Wasco counties, which makes sense for Wasco County. It doesn't make sense.
Oh, that's exactly what you say.
Yeah.
Now that you say that, that's exactly what you said.
So they don't have to mess with it.
And
We're
what
gonna
she's
let
saying
the
that their
public
total is
do it.
237,000. That's what she said.
Got it. Okay.
Hello?
Who's supplying this week?
No, it's just Diana joining for the executives.
Oh, okay.
Got it. Okay, so I think we've got a game plan in that, Pat, you're gonna circle back with North Central Public Health to see if they've got some funds to incentivize for the upcoming events. I'm gonna just double confirm with Leah on, these are coming to the county. When will we see the contracts? And then in between now and the next meeting, we're gonna work with staff to at least outline, here are the, not necessarily here's exactly how we're gonna deploy it, but here are the big ideas that we've got, and do these sound good? And I'm hoping then I can maybe just get sign off on, yes, these big picture items are good, and then we'll figure out the logistics of how to actually deploy the money and schedule with North Central Public Health and do all the administrative stuff.
Sounds good.
Does that work for you guys?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
Definitely.
That's what we'll do then. All right, what time are we? 12:27. So here's what I'd like to do. Do we need a little break?
Yes.
Okay. All right, here's how I'm gonna manage this. Because I need my own break, but I actually don't need to be part of the executive session. I just need to open it.
Correct.
So here's what we're gonna do. For folks, public people, we are about to go into an executive session at 12:30. And so I'm gonna set us up to go into the executive session and have Lisa take us into that room. So I've got a script and all of that kind of stuff. And then we can take our little break and then come back, and maybe you guys can eat lunch while Diana's updating you. And I can take my own breaks and then rejoin. So here's what's gonna happen, public. We are about to enter into an executive session. For your edification, we don't have anything else on the agenda in terms of the regular meeting. So after we come out of the executive session, we'll just adjourn. However, we do have a work session this afternoon to talk about economic development. So if you're interested in hearing that, you might just want to keep us on in the background on your computer and do your thing. I'm anticipating it probably won't be until maybe 1:30.
It's a little hard to say.
Roughly.
It's hard to say.
Okay, it could be a significant executive session, so maybe just leave us on in the background, and we'll come back and adjourn and then go right into the work session after that. But let me do this just housekeeping really quick, which is, it's 12:30. Executive session in accordance with ORS 192.66 2D to conduct deliberations with persons designated by the governing body to carry on labor negotiations. The Gilliam County Court will now meet in executive session pursuant to ORS 192.6602D, which allows the court to meet in executive session to conduct deliberations with persons designated by the governing body to carry on labor negotiations. Representatives of the news media and designated staff will be allowed to attend the executive session. All other members of the audience are asked to remain in the public virtual meeting room while the court reconvenes in a private virtual meeting room. So for those who are on Zoom, you're going to see the court itself leave. You'll just be in a holding pattern, and then when we come back, we'll rejoin you. So that's what's happening. Representatives of the news media are specifically directed not to report on or otherwise disclose any of the deliberations or anything said about these subjects during the executive session, except to state the general subject of the session as previously announced. No decision may be made in executive session. At the end of the executive session, we will return to the audience in the public virtual meeting room. Before Lisa takes us in there, a bit of housekeeping is that I need to declare a conflict of interest. I will do so in the executive session as well, that my dad is a member of the union, and so I will not be participating in the deliberations. My role is just to open and close the sessions as needed. So with that, for folks who are interested, again, in tuning into the economic development, we are anticipating this executive session will take some time, so just leave us on in the background, and we'll be back early afternoon to move into that piece. And yeah, I think we're ready to go into the breakout room. So it is 1:52 and we are back in from executive session. I will go ahead and adjourn the regular meeting effective at 1:52. And then we will go ahead and open the economic development work session. So we're in the work session. This isn't even a work session. So to recap, we decided that we would have a conversation, begin a conversation around economic development, also taking a gander at the strategic plan, which was passed by the previous court about, I don't know, a little over 6 months ago now, I guess.
November, I think.
Yeah. And so, yeah, so we don't really have a structure to this. So I don't know how, commissioners, you want to proceed in the discussion. Anybody want to start? Looks like it's you, Pat.
Yeah, I guess I would say I don't want anything negative about what's been done or anything else. I don't think that's productive or where we want to go. I think part of it's just asking ourselves some questions and deciding, maybe not even deciding, but getting an idea of a direction we can go in and talk about some specifics that, maybe one commissioner's concern or not on where we head, but get an idea and a plan on how to move forward with an economic enhancement and development plan for Gilliam County that we're leading however we lead it. And so I did, I made up a list of things that just come to mind. And one of them is, what is the economic enhancement development plan we've got? I mean, I really don't know what that is. And I don't know that it exists, but I think we need to try to get something that we're working off of that we all agree on to, look at moving things forward. So, I mean, should we take a question at a time or
Sure, yeah.
Because you've been doing this for a while, Liz, and I'm not sure what your thoughts are. And since we're a 3-person court and don't get to discuss it on the side, it's really hard to move some of this stuff through unless we get into a work session and team up and see what we can do.
So I will say, I mean, I think part of it, because we talked before, like I've definitely gotten some feedback from folks on the strategic plan saying, oh, it's a little light and, you know, what are you guys doing? And for me, and I just want to put this on the record so that folks who are listening kind of understand at least my perspective and how I approach this, and maybe Sherry has a difference in how, when we were looking at this initially, she was perceiving it. But I really felt like part of what we were doing as a court was setting the big picture vision. Here are the things that we would like to see accomplished within the county, with the idea that in some cases, some of these things under the strategic plan, we would be going to our specific departments and saying, hey, figure out how this applies to you. So for instance, you know, under our goal about fostering an organizational culture where people want to work and do business, one of the things that Lisa has started introducing into the lexicon with our staff that are sort of under my umbrella is, you know, how do we get to yes for somebody? Somebody's coming, you know, to planning and saying, I would like to do X, Y, and Z. Lisa is actually using that lexicon with the planning director saying, how do we get to yes for this customer? And so that is kind of, I want to add that context that I think definitely there's some more work that we can do on setting the economic vision. But I think part of it too is making sure that all of our departments are bought in to some of these interpersonal things, the leadership development things, some of the things that are more of the day-to-day retail stuff that is happening, and developing a culture that is reflective of values that the court has sort of set out. Is like, we want people who want to do, but we want people to say, it's a pleasure doing business with our staff. They are knowledgeable. They problem solve with us. They're create, you know, all of those things, you know, and so some of these feel a little wishy-washy in the sense that we're just setting the overall vision, and I'm not going through and saying, well, in each department, this is what yes looks like kind of thing. So part of it's a cultural thing for at least this first goal, I would say, and probably even for the budget in some respects, like under the budget number 3, where we talk about elected officials and department heads seeking new funding, increase and diversifying their revenue sources. I mean, part of that is going back to our elected officials and saying, hey, what are your ideas? Some of our department heads, what are your ideas for making your program more sustainable long-term? And so I set this out there because I know folks have looked at and I think Sherry has it printed, the old strategic plan, which is pretty robust. And what we've talked about, and I think makes sense, is like, we are really looking for the vision that is within the scope of Gilliam County, the government, not tackling everything that should be happening within the geography that is Gilliam County. That is, we're not in charge of the curriculum at the school districts or what their facilities plans look like. We're not in charge of what the health districts, whether they want to deploy telemedicine or what they want to do, what the cities want to do in terms of their strategic plans. So my vision is that whatever we do, I think needs to be something that we actually have influence over and control over. Otherwise, we're just putting on paper aspirations and plans that if we don't get buy-in from the other boards, nothing happens. And I think that where the old one kind of fell short was that it tried to get that buy-in from everybody else, and then nobody was accountable, right? Because we don't have control over those other boards. And so we can't control whether they ultimately do what we think is in the county as in geographic area's best interest. So I'm kind of rambling a bit. The other thing I wanted to say is on things like our goal number 2, which is promote growth and prosperity throughout all of Gilliam County. My vision for the ones that we identified, specifically the internet service and housing, was the idea that we would come back and fill in the specifics for that particular thing as we went. So at the time that we did it, we set the big vision goal of like, we want 100% access to broadband, with the idea then that once we set it as this is the vision, that we would come in and do the work, which I think we're starting to do with hiring consultants and kind of figuring out what that looks like, to fill in that gap and actually come up with the concrete plan of how are we going to get to 100%. So those are just kind of my opening remarks to put into some context, at least my mindset when we looked at this and approved it. Why it looks light was by design from my perspective, and as just to put on the record so folks know where the idea actually came from, was Umatilla County had this really slick brochure that literally was one page front and back that listed these strategic goals that I think they probably distribute every year. And I thought, wouldn't it be nice if every person in Gilliam County could see in a snapshot exactly what their county government is working toward, instead of having to read a 50-page document to see what we're up to. So anyway,
Okay,
I'm done now.
so my take on the strategic plan is similar. Is in 2010, a whole bunch of really good people put a whole bunch of work into this, hours of research and compiling and doing their due diligence to create what they wanted. But as I've read through it, and I've read it several times, I'm sure people don't think that's true, but it is. So many of these things, nothing happened because it was too detailed and like Liz said, directed towards people that, or entities that didn't feel like they needed to react to this, that it, you know, the county shouldn't make a strategic plan that told them what to do. And so it got shelved. And it got shelved. It never got picked up again after the first year or two. I don't think anybody looked at it for quite a while, which is sad because, again, there was a lot of good work done here. I used it when we did our working plan for what we put together. That was one of the next times I read it. I've got flags in here of the things that I thought were really important that maybe didn't get looked at that we wanted to look at. And then we're going to shelve that again because it's over. And to me, this is exactly what Liz said. It's a read between the lines because it's a 5-year plan and life changes very quickly. We all know that after the last year, that we don't know what's going to happen in 2021 in December. It could be anything. And so some great thing could come along and then it fits in here because we've left ourselves enough room to put stuff in here and not defined exactly what we wanted to do.
My turn?
Yes.
Of course.
Go.
So I am a third year, okay? I get that. The concerns that I got, and this, you know, I listen to a lot of people, and there is a lot of desire to see, and they take it as the county court to accomplish something. Because we are the leaders in the county, and this is really, like you said, specific to governmental stuff at the courthouse, which was real apparent when I first read it and saw it, and it didn't reach out anywhere in the county to provide any type of leadership anywhere to anything, and we have a county that needs some leadership, in my opinion. And I don't blame anybody for anything on this, because there's a lot of things in here that have been checked off.
There are.
There's a lot of things that were accomplished because this was developed. And people looked at things they'd never looked at before because there was a lot of work that went into this, and there's a lot of people that know what it is, and this document didn't just sit everywhere. It's set up here at the courthouse.
Yeah.
And was not really used by courts past.
Yeah.
And my goal is, what can we do that's workable between the two, that we actually get behind as a team and do some leadership with. We've had some areas in the county that struggle with getting off their hands. So nothing will ever happen. And are we going to be satisfied that that's okay and good enough and that it isn't our job, or are we going to talk to some people and communicate and get some ideas flowing, which, you know, I've actively been doing. And I think that though you can call this a plan, it's more of a lot of statements, and a lot of it is what we should be doing anyway without writing down a piece of paper. You know, there are things that the general consensus is, this is your job to do, you know, working with legislators and those type of things. And I think that economic development held to the county employees to move it forward is so siloed, I guess. It's hard to get any vision of anything. Everybody's focused in on their own little deal, and they're really not worried about, let's just say, what's happening with the way Arlington looks. And you can say, well, that's a city of Arlington. I'm sure it is, but who's going to help the city of Arlington kind of put together the things that we're trying to put together to take a look at this? Because there's a lot of residents in Arlington who'd like to see some change. A lot of residents.
Cool.
You know,
Are they going to the city council meetings? And
some of them are, and there's been a lot of
This is what-
discussion since we started this. I mean, I can go down a pretty good list.
But
We just lost one who was just adamant about it in Reuben.
yeah. I don't think, I think to what Liz said about, you know, we can go to each county employee or each elected official and say, you know, what are you doing with this? I don't think we're taxing them with being the people that do economic development.
Well, that's kind of what.
This is,
part of the
economic
strategic-
development is our.
I guess that's my deal is this really doesn't have too much economic development in it.
It doesn't, this is true.
It's a strategic plan without, and the strategic plan to me for the county should be, for budget reasons alone, what is our plan for the road for the next 5 years? Where are we going to put these big expenditures into the budget during the next 5 years? What year do we need to project out? Because it always has to be a working document that you adjust and change. At least, I think we talked about meeting and talking about it a couple times a year or even 4 times a year and just running through and having a discussion about where we're at with it. But 10 years from now, we need to put a roof on the courthouse, and that's going to cost an estimated how much, we don't know. But if you don't have anything in there, it's going to cost a whole lot more than if you're planning for something.
But that's in our budget. Yeah.
For what?
We have capital, we can put money in the capital.
Well, I understand
for
it's
the
in the
roof.
capital, but it's okay. I don't know that. I mean, I don't know what's in it for just the roof. I'm just saying, so what year is it's in there to roof it this year?
No,
We
Why
roofed
would I
it,
in there, see?
yeah, we roofed it last year.
Yes.
But
I mean-
that's just an example of, because we have lots of buildings and lots of different assets that.
But you want to be specific and say that here?
I think there needs to be at least a specific on some road plans on what the long-term county projection is on road capital type projects that are going to cost a lot of money. Dewey's talking now, he's got money in the budget because he didn't spend it last year. Next year, he's probably going to be $1 million the other way.
So how about this as a middle ground? I still think that there is some benefit to having something that is concise enough that the public can see very quickly, this is what the county has prioritized as its big vision. Because I do think if you went to somebody, although they probably think, yes, you should be doing this generally. I think that if we can accomplish these goals, if 100% of people in the county have access to high-speed internet, if we address the housing shortage, if we're resourceful to all of our partners.
What does that mean, Liz? I mean, that's such a vague statement on what we're doing. It's a statement.
Yeah. But that's the place to start, right, Pat? So every time that I am sitting in my chair, I am thinking about, okay, this is the county strategic plan. How do I move? So some of this isn't going to be specific because I don't know 5 years from now what being resourceful to our school districts is going to look like.
Sure.
Right? So what we are saying, and I think where the bridge is potentially, 2 things. One, on your point about the road department and the facilities plan, how I could see this meshing is basically saying under manage the budget to ensure consistent, maybe we need a goal 4 and a goal 5. And goal 4 says develop 10-year road plan. And that's great. So then the follow-up then to see if we're following is that we are working with Dewey, not folding it into this, but developing the road plan. So when somebody goes to this on the website, and even once it's completed, you could actually maybe click on the link and it takes you to the 10-year road plan that's spelled out and developed. That then that piece can be updated without having to reopen the strategic plan every time something goes sideways and doesn't go according to plan, basically. And you could do the same with your fiber. Once we get a plan back from the consultants, if this is up on the website, you click a link to that, it goes directly to the plan that is the underlying, this is how we get to this overarching goal. So that we're not creating a document that somebody says, I'm not going to read this thing. Like, I have zero interest in how you're getting to fiber. I just want to know that you're delivering it. I mean, that's kind of what I'm thinking is, and on a facilities thing, we could have a strategic goal of we're developing a 20-year facilities plan and setting aside adequate funds to meet it. And then we subsequently go in and say, here is the facilities plan.
Okay, then I got a question.
Yeah.
So then where does economic development fall into that? We're focused.
What is that?
Zero focused on.
Define
fiber.
economic development for me.
We're highly focused on fiber. I believe it's extremely important, but what do we do about the rest of economic
Define economic
I will.
development for me.
I'm going to ask you some questions. You tell me, because I have my idea. And so what I'm saying is, why do we not have something in the plan about how to establish a 5-year economic development plan?
We can do that.
And who is going to do that is my next question, because we really don't, I don't know that we're utilizing some tools that we have in entities we've got.
So here's my suggestion. I don't think we're that far apart, Pat. I think we have this overall vision, right? Where we're different right now, it sounds like, and I make sure that I'm not mischaracterizing you. I am viewing this as the overall vision document is very simple. Underneath it, all of these goals that we have developed detailed plans. So, and we go through that process, right? So we identify, we need an economic development plan. So maybe goal 2, number 4 is develop a 5-year or 10-year comprehensive economic development plan and we set out exactly what we wanted to do, whether it's recruit businesses, retain businesses, encourage entrepreneurship, whatever it is, we decide what that looks like, right? So that goes under goal 2, strategy 4. Then the follow-up to that, I mean, we're setting the high vision, right? So then the next conversation then becomes, rather than recreate the large vision, because we've created the large vision, right? We need a strategic plan for this particular element. We come in underneath then and detail what does that actually look like.
I don't disagree with you at all on any of that, Liz. I think that we're tied up in what this is, instead of part of the reason for the work session is, what are we going to do with economic development,
right,
as a county court, and how to, what direction we're going up. Because when I go down to my list and say, what is the plan for housing? Well, we know we put together a loan deal through Pioneer CDC, which moves too slow. I think we can all agree with that. Mm-hmm. It's not. So what is it? What are the kind of, the city of Condon is working on some stuff. The city of Arlington is not. What is the plan to solve the problems that exist in the county, and what are we going to do as a team, the 3 of us, to move some ideas through, and how are we going to structure and funnel that so that there's results at the end of the day? That's what we're after, results. And we can go down through the list, because what are we doing for business development? What do we do to incentivize businesses to come into town? And that's all under this. We don't have an economic development plan, or a district, or I don't know what it is. Let's figure it out.
Yeah.
But when you look at, like, the Port of Arlington, for example, has the ability to access funding that other government bodies don't. And how do we use that under this next layer
Mhm.
to take part of this and do it? And how can we build up Pioneer CDC to do more developing rather than, you know, Rob can't do it all alone where he's sitting. What would it take that we can do to assist that entity to be more productive in developing housing or even some business development, whatever it is? And I think from, you know, when you start looking at the city of Arlington's got to play a big part in this deal somehow. If anything's ever going to happen in Arlington, and that's why I talk about the leadership part, because I think that's really what's going to require to get something to happen. And you take it a project at a time. You know, maybe it's figure out how to buy the place where the VI is sitting and tear it out of there and get something that a developer would want to come in and look at doing something with right there across from the park in Arlington, Oregon. We, you know, and the same with, you know, talk to Devons and find out what to do about the old Bronquist service station deal. And it's going to be a battle with them. But I think it's a conversation that needs to be had. And those things, where we go, some of these things that are glaring that they're not happening, begin to start happening. And we, you know, we start snowballing some community support. And, you know, wow, we're getting some bang for a buck, you know, whatever they, you know. So, I mean, I don't disagree with that concept at all.
Okay.
But I do think that, and I was thinking about this last night, is there a way we could take the document, whatever document you want, and go through it? I mean, take a bunch of stuff out of this one, add a bunch of stuff, because I don't care what it is. And we have a red line deal floating around that, you know, the staff and the three of us can make ideas and suggestions.
So do you want to totally rewrite the strategic plan, or do you want it, no, wait, I'm asking you a question, or do you want an economic enhancement plan that's separate from the strategic plan? That works with, I don't want to say separate, but
I would say
works
based on,
with the strategic plan.
I would say based on Liz' concept of what she wants this to mean. I think there's some things that need to be added to this. I don't think we tie ourselves to, in this document, we don't tie ourselves to housing and
Exactly. No, we're not trying to tie ourselves to this and leave something out. Though.
In the meeting that was approved at, it was stated, I don't think we need to go after any big businesses right now because we can't support them.
Oh, I still believe that.
I do too.
Huh?
I do too.
I think you have to drive big business to get any of it to happen.
But how are we going to convince more business? That to me, that's our economic development problem, is how do we incentivize businesses to come when there's no place for their employees to live? We don't have fiber like we need. We don't have, you know, we just don't have the infrastructure to support. We don't really have Arlington doesn't have, and I don't think Condon does either. I know because, again, this young couple who's trying to find some place to live can't find any place to live.
My theory is that, and it could be wrong, but I don't think it is because Waste Management's kind of doing it now on a slower basis. But we have employees working outside the campus who obviously need housing, and so that's there. But just because we don't have housing is no reason not to try to bring in business. Because they will commute. They will commute.
How do we incentivize?
They will commute from they're already doing it from Boardman, from the Dalles, from Golden.
There's no place to live in the Dalles. I can tell you that right now.
But I also have some concerns about how I want to couch this in a way that is not negative, but there is a reality in that we are sitting next to an economic juggernaut that is the Port of Mora. And there are some inherent strategic advantages when you have the thousands of acres that are sitting next to a river on one side and a freeway on the other that is flat ground, and you've got a port that has been, I mean, literally cannot, every time I drive by Boardman, there are buildings going up everywhere.
And that's only what you can see from the freeway.
Exactly. How do you strategically compete?
Oh, you have to.
But if I'm a business, why am I going to pick Gilliam County when I can go 20 miles upriver, have housing, have internet, have workforce, geography is better, incentives are just as good because Morrow County is, I mean, what is it that's going to put them? We have waste management because we had a specific thing that they needed 30 years ago. And we had a court that had the foresight to say, yes, we are willing to take that. And we have wind companies here because we have a commodity that only certain counties have, which is good wind and close to transmission lines that are coming along 84. How, for other businesses that are coming in, if we can't even guarantee that we can provide basic infrastructure, that is workforce, housing, internet, how do we even begin to compete with the Port of Morrow if we don't first address that we are behind where we need to be to even be able to compete and recruit? I mean, we can't recruit businesses. I see from Business Oregon what folks who are looking to locate in Oregon are looking for, and they are looking for flat ground, parking spaces, the ability for us to guarantee thousands of skilled employees, infrastructure in the form of, well, available people, which we don't have.
Nobody does right now, but
do you see what I'm saying? It's like, I don't think, I am not against recruiting businesses, but I am a realist, and we cannot outspend the Port of Morrow. We don't have enough resources within the county to make us, I think our best.
Turn our noses up if we got 0.5% of what they got is a benefit.
But how much do we have to spend to bring them in? See, to me, if we address housing and internet, there's a dual benefit in that the people who've already chosen to live here, their lives are automatically improved by that investment, right? Their kids get to move back from Portland. People are able to telecommute and work remotely. So there's already a benefit without even bringing a business in immediately to the people who we represent. But on top of that, we're making ourselves more enticing to those businesses that are interested in coming here. But my concern is we cannot spend our way out of the geographical disadvantages that we have because we just happen to be sitting next to powerhouses that they have flat land. I mean, it's just a luck of the draw that the county line was drawn where it was, and Morrow County happens to have some pretty prime real estate. And I mean, I think it's the second largest port in Oregon in terms of volume of products that are coming out of there. It's coming out of the Port of Morrow, second only to the Port of Portland. So I don't know how you compete with that 20 miles downriver. It's not that I don't want to, Pat. I just don't know how you get there without blowing through all of our economic development funds, having a bunch of empty buildings, hoping that they'll come. And I don't think until the Port of Boardman or Port of Morrow is filled up that they're going to look at us.
Well, they're in a situation where they're looking 2 or 3 years out to do new projects that come in now.
True.
Oh, I'm sure they are.
And so what happens in the interim when they turn them down, which has happened recently, for something that wants to do something sooner than that. And I think that we're not looking to build a Port of Morrow. We're looking to utilize our geographically challenged area
That's a good term.
as best we can use it rather than sitting on sagebrush and grass and stuff that nothing will ever happen, because we don't need everything that's at the Port of Morrow. We need a couple of deals to come along.
Mm-hmm.
We're not asking for some big development and completely change the face of Gilliam County. I don't think anybody in Gilliam County wants that. We just want to find a way to become sustainable down the road through tax revenues that we're not depending on SIPS funds and the host fees and, whatever.
Amen.
Whatever
Right?
it is.
Yeah.
We have to have a long-term vision on doing the best we can with the assets we got, and we have assets. And I'm not sure whether it's, pursuing data plants or, we have a lot of places you can put some data plants. You put one in, they're going to put 5 in, and that's kind of a scary thought.
Right.
You get to that place, that's what happens. We've seen it happen up there. But I don't know what it. Maybe it's more around tourism. But we don't have anything we're even thinking along those lines. I mean, we're thinking about housing, we're thinking about fiber, but we're not. You have a hard time really helping the community until you bring the big dollars in. We can't do it here through the county. We have to bring the people with the money to the county to help us get there, or it'll never happen. We'll just dwindle out of funds down the road, and pretty soon everybody's gonna be mad because we can't afford to help take care.
So you have,
No, I just got a couple of things I want, because these are some things that just hit me last week.
Mm-hmm.
And one of them was, it's called the BDO zones. Have you heard anything about this?
No.
Well, this was, it came through the pre-meeting last week, was where I heard about it. And basically, BDO zones are federally issued development.
You've got a gremlin on your camera.
They're
Keep zooming in and out.
What's that?
Pat, I said you got a gremlin on your camera. Keep zooming in and out, and it likes to fixate on Lisa.
Yeah, we're just trying to adjust it, but it's built into the TV screen, Peter. So it's okay. Let's go forward.
You've been cutting Pat off the screen.
We're trying to force it over that side so it quits looking at Teresa and I and those that are actually speaking.
Well, Peter, I'm highly outnumbered. I'm the only guy here. He doesn't want to look at me.
Like maybe that's what it is.
So anyway, this bioeconomy development opportunity zone are zones that are issued by the federal government, and they give huge tax credits to businesses to go to certain areas. Right now, Gilliam, Sherman, some county, or down by Barnwell, South Carolina, and I think the fourth one was in Arkansas, and it is in this document somewhere, will be designated as a BDO zone in the next 60 days. How Gilliam got there baffles me, but it's based on a lot of things, but mainly feedstock for hydrogen plants. And I'm really surprised Sherman County's in there, because they're basing that on their wheat straw. And dryland wheat straw is really not that big producer of straw as would be Wind Circle can produce a lot of straw where it takes a lot of dryland. So
what
I'm
do
not
they
sure.
see Gilliam County has to?
Municipal waste. And municipal waste is a feedstock for.
I don't see that there's enough there to.
Not there, at 10,000 ton a day. You don't think there's enough there? It's one of the biggest landfills in the United States.
Yeah, I know.
So that's what they're looking at. And I don't know where they're at within the technology, but I think it's fascinating that Gilliam County's been selected out of 4 counties in the nation to be the first 4 BDO zones. And do we want to help that along as we can? I mean, I asked the question, was there anything we need to do? This is already in the works. This is happening.
Why as a court are we not being?
I have no idea.
Because Korea, that's where that came from, was Korea. Why does Korea know and we don't?
It wasn't Korea, it was Jared that did the presentation.
Okay.
Who designated them?
The federal government. And
so why did, I don't know, why you presented that to Korea and not to
Teresa?
I just have a, primarily represents
from somebody who's living here and trying to find a place to live, and we're talking about bringing big business in or businesses in. What about the quality of life for those that live here that maybe want to upgrade their home or there's nothing for us to do to increase our quality of life here when number one, you can't find a home, and maybe some people who have a starter home want to move to a bigger home. You don't even have that, nothing
we're in
to offer that.
We're in
So
trouble
how
there.
can you,
We're in trouble there. We're gonna be in trouble there for a while because construction is gonna be extremely difficult at $60 a sheet for OSB. And that's just a fact that we're in. We're hoping to get through it soon and some of the stuff can.
Well, it's not just the
The
cost.
housing's been conversation for how many years?
well, we know, I mean, I grew up in Fossil. I mean, there hasn't been new construction there in who knows how long, you know, same with here.
Well, and isn't just the cost either,
Yeah,
it's
so-
the competitiveness of.
When things were in a recession and things were cheap, people weren't doing it then. I mean, there's
Anyway,
always.
what happens with the BDO zones is they grade and you can apply for them. We don't even have to apply, which is just baffling to me. Any county can apply to become a BDO zone, and then they go through a rating like a credit rating. And if you have an A credit rating, companies search you out for development.
What
And
kind of
it's based
industry?
on-
What kind of industry is it?
It's renewable. It's
Oh,
hydrogen. primarily.
Hydrogen's a big deal right now. They're going to,
It's gonna
yeah,
go
I know some
wind,
people involved
wind will
in
go away, it'll
California.
go to solar and battery. Battery will go, or battery won't go away, it'll always be battery. Solar will be around for a while, but in the meantime, hydrogen's gonna come along the way. Agree with that, Peter?
next big thing.
Yeah, are you guys taking public comment?
Sure.
Just a couple of things that I'm hearing. I think the strategic plan that was done in 2010, of course, that was before my time that came here, but it is a very useful document. It goes around the different areas of the county that you're looking to make improvements in. And it includes the schools, and the county court funds things for the schools. And so, to have that in your strategic plan is certainly a key thing. Dewey with the road department, he has a 10-year plan in place. We just had the 10-year transportation plan for the county, went through all of that and did that. So these are really key things. The other thing I wanted to point out, when you're going and selling the county, we have a lot of positives here to sell. We do have outstanding internet in the county. Arlington has some of the best internet anywhere in the world, and Condon has fiber internet as well. And this is in place now, and it's being hooked up to homes every day. We have grid internet. We have an industrial park. It's got all the utilities are in place, and there's a lot to sell there. It's 465 acres of relatively flat ground. How the Port of Morrow got to where they're at is they invested in infrastructure, and then they started getting companies in and expanding and growing. And it was done on the backs of agriculture and value-added facilities like the potato plant, the French fry plant, and the onion plants. And that brought the power infrastructure. And from that, it ballooned out to where today, of course, data centers are looking for sites that have a lot of power. And we have done that work of being able to access big power at the Arlington Mesa Industrial Park. So this is available, and it needs to be marketed, but you have to have money to market and do some of these kinds of things and outreach companies that are size and scale appropriate for our community. The data centers is a good one because they don't require a lot of people. They don't require to operate. And we have big power, and so it's a good fit in that kind of a location. You take a look at Shuttler Station. What are you going to do with that? There are plans in place. One of the things that we had looked at doing is the waste management. They have a big need to keep their gondola fleet in good repair, and we looked at putting in a rail car repair facility. So there's a lot of things and a lot of opportunities with the industries that you currently have in the area to bring them in and develop industry here around those those companies that are here. So you sell what you have, and we do have a lot to offer in Gilliam County. It's Morrow 20 years ago, they were out in the middle of nowhere in farmland, and they developed that, but they invested heavily and they took chances. If you go talk to any of the folks on the board there, they were swallowing hard when they approved some of those big bills to lay in infrastructure. And the county court did that at the Arlington Mesa Industrial Park with running sewer and water up there. And we're starting to slowly get these businesses in place. The port built the Flex building. That's rented out to a company and they're busting at the seams, and we're going to probably have to look at expanding that. But those are the kind of things that's what happens in a strategic plan. You look and try to look into the future 5-10 years down the road, and you start checking off these boxes. And that 2010 plan did that in every aspect of the county. And just having an overall vision, it's fine. But I think for your court, and if you're going to look at spending money and resources and have enough to go around, knowing where you want to go and what are key areas that you want to target dollars into, having a strategic plan that's more encompassing and focused on a few key items will help you a lot more than the way you're headed now.
Thanks, Peter. I mean, I
want to go through one, and this is a confidential. I'm not sure why I got this, but it came from a developer. But it said, I was introduced to John Plaza, name's the company. Plaza developing a sustainable aviation fuels production facility with keen interest in Gilliam and Morrow counties in the area. The scale of hydrogen needs would be the output of 100 megawatts of an electrolyzer. We expressed interest in the idea of a hydrogen industrial park as well in the area with a need for about 50 acres. It was on some other technical stuff that they were in, carbon dioxide, renewable hydrogen. So, I mean, there's some stuff out there that's on the horizon, and I just don't want to be negative to some possibilities that might tip us over the edge in a positive way.
So,
and I don't, I was thinking last night about the document, and if we had a working document that was kind of out there that we could all access and put our ideas on, and it just something that continues and we can discuss it periodically and what might be, and maybe it needs to be more siloed like you're talking about underneath this. I mean, I'm not objecting.
Well, I'd love to see us have us totally, again, I don't like the word totally separate. I'd like to see us have a separate document that works within this just for economic development, more detailed. That says this is what we see economic development means to Gilliam County.
I think it's really hard for us, the three of us, because of being a three-person court, and it's hard to get a chance to sit down and brainstorm it. And do
Well, we don't have to do just the three of us.
I know, I'm just saying that because I do think we need to lead the, somewhat.
Right, yeah, and that's a good way to lead, isn't it? Let's put together an economic enhancement plan that everybody can see. This is our vision. It's not just the vision of the court. It's the vision of the school districts and the port and the cities. And this is what City of Condon sees as their economic. I know they have an economic development plan. I don't know if the City of Arlington does. I'm sure the port does. How can we put those all together and blend them with what this court sees as economic development?
I don't have a problem with that concept.
Move forward.
So here's what I suggest. Could we, so that we have a takeaway from this meeting, could we walk through this overview or the strategic plan that we have and look for places that we need to add additional bullet points? So it sounds like under goal 2, we might need, say, a 4th bullet point about, and rather than completely wordsmith today, maybe what we could do is give me the overall sense of what we're looking for, and I could bring back to the court, here's some suggested language to update this to try to capture it, and then that way we can kind of wordsmith it maybe during our upcoming meeting. But then what I'm suggesting is once we have, again, this is the overall vision, right? So it doesn't have to get into the nitty-gritty details. Then let's figure out, maybe we do a separate work session on just what I think is going to be point 4 under goal 2 on developing a comprehensive economic development / enhancement plan that's focused on business retention, filling empty buildings, recruiting new, whatever it is we decide that envisions. So we put that as goal 4. Then I think let's have maybe a series of separate work sessions where we dig into just number 4.
Yeah, just zero in.
Yeah, and identify, okay, here are the things that we think is low-hanging fruit. And maybe we identify as, here's the low-hanging fruit. And rather than say to the cities, we're going to incorporate your economic development plan whole scale, we say, come to the meeting. If you have a priority that you want for us to make a priority, come to the meeting and share that, and we will incorporate it in. But my concern is there are some things that the city of Condon, for instance, I'll use it as an example because I know they do goal setting every year and they're good about following up every year and doing. They may say, yeah, we're good on this. We don't need the county. We'll let you know if the county needs to be involved, in which case we don't need to provide the leadership, right? But the other thing is I want to push back a little bit against Peter's point is that in order for us to be successful in actually implementing this, we have to have control over outcomes. And if we say that our strategic plan has to do with schools, health, all of those things, our strategic plan, then we have zero control over the outcome. And that makes me uncomfortable, frankly, because this is going to be the document the public holds up and says, are they doing what they said they were going to be doing, right? So we set ourselves up for people, the expectation to be that we're going to now be school board members in addition to county court members, and we are not. But what I think the bridge is underneath here, we have 2 bullet points already that says, under goal 2, number 3, serve in a supportive, resourceful role to cities, schools, other taxing districts, and local organizations to help improve livability and address barriers to growth. And then under goal 4, goal 4, number 1, we say host annual roundtable discussions between. So is there a way, this is what I'm getting to on your leadership thing, Pat, because I think it's the right thing, but I wonder if maybe there's a different way to get to it, which is what if we, rather than say leadership looks like us saying this is how it's going to be, and we're going to have a plan.
That's my problem is, are we big brother telling them what to do? I don't want them to feel that way. That isn't what we want.
That's
what it sounds like to some people.
Is there a way for us to lead by encouraging collaboration, so rather than say, we need to come up with an education strategic plan, what if we say to both school boards, we want to talk about where you think you're going and how we can support
what we can do to help
what you're doing. And so maybe we do, and this is already part of our vision, is we do these roundtable discussions with the people who actually have control over those strategic areas, which are still important to livability. And no one's saying education is not crucial. I'm just saying it's not our lane. Maybe we can lead in that way. And so maybe if the city of Arlington, say, needs some leadership in getting to a revitalization plan for downtown, we make sure that, hey, when we're doing our economic enhancement plan, that they're at the table saying, we are interested in revitalization and we would like your help with that. Then to me, fine, let's fold that into the strategic plan. But I'm uncomfortable with saying we need a plan for revitalization if the city council turns around and says, hold on a second, we're not on board with this, because what ends up happening is we spend all of our time trying to get an actor to do something that they don't want to do.
Yeah, and that's my point in this was, you know, we shouldn't be trying to tell anybody what we think they should be doing. We should just be here to support them, but they need to know that we're here to support them as well. That's, you know, because they're not coming to us and saying, hey, we need help with this. The schools are.
But I want to make it real clear that I spend a lot of time going to meetings and communicating with these entities, and the school board and the court and the North Health District are some that I've been really involved in, or North Central and North Gilliam.
Too many health districts.
North Gilliam and the port and, you know, the stuff and talking to, you're not going to find people that say, don't tell me what to do. You've got people out there that don't know what to do and how to get there. And that's all I'm talking about, leadership. What can we do to get them the help they need to move themselves forward? They're in their own way.
Yeah.
And an example yesterday, and I've been trying to catch him for several days because we were all on the DeFazio call the other day.
Mm-hmm.
There was definitely specific language about money going to rural communities for water treatment plants and water source, drinking water.
Mm-hmm.
Arlington's sitting down there trying to take some money each year to put away for their water treatment plant because they know down the road they're in trouble. They're working with their engineer to try to figure out what to do with the source of water through the Gulf. Well, it's at the golf course and redirect some water from the river out to irrigate the golf course. They have this big plant, but nobody has a clue how to move forward with it and what to do. So if we got a bunch of money coming this way over the next little bit, probably. If we're sitting on our hands, our community, Gilliam County, is going to miss it because our entities are not sure what to do or how. You have no clue how many times I've heard it today. I'm not a grant writer. We don't have a grant writer. And I wonder if that's something we shouldn't look at. And I don't think it has to be something that's an expense to the county, but somebody that we have our hands on as a county that we can recommend to entities. Mm-hmm. Arlington TV told me the other day, they got John Nyes now. Who's going to write grants for Arlington TV? And they desperately, it's going to be hard for them to walk in here and ask for money unless they're pursuing grants, and they don't have the ability to pursue grants because of where they're at.
There's a capacity
They're
issue.
sitting in $13,000, and here we are. And for $5,000, he can light up a bunch of internet in one little rural area.
Mm-hmm.
And so, you know, what can we do to help those entities do what they want to do anyway? They really don't know how to do.
Mm-hmm. Part of it, I think, that I'm hearing, and again, I wonder, I mean, maybe this doesn't get to it, but what if we formalize, because here's part of the problem, I think, for me, is that I don't hear from the city of Arlington, right? I mean, you guys probably have an advantage because you're down there, you see people are coming into your restaurant, Pat, so you hear, you know, because just the accessibility is different than me sitting up in the courthouse. So is there a way for us to formalize getting that feedback? Because the thing is I think our goals here are saying that we want to be helpful in those things. So what is the mechanism maybe that we need to put in place to provide that opportunity to have feedback? And the other thing is, I want the North and South to be talking to each other because the county doesn't have an expertise in wastewater, right? We don't do wastewater. But I know somebody who's sitting over here who does and probably knows where there's funding sources potentially, or may have, you know, it's like how to our larger strategic goal of getting everybody to start thinking of this as one big county. And how do we share best practices and throw out, hey, this is a problem we're working on at the city of Arlington, city of Condon. Have you guys run into this? You know, getting those conversations to happen where we're the convener, not necessarily the one, because I don't have the subject matter expertise on.
Right.
If somebody asks me wastewater, I'm going to come down to the city hall and say, give. How do you do this kind of thing? So could we, and I mean, I think we're already capturing it here under goal for number one, but maybe what we need to start doing, and I think this is separate from our strategic economic enhancement strategic plan necessarily. I mean, obviously, if somebody comes to us and says, we want this to be your project that you're taking the lead on, and we think it's really important, but it's too heavy of a lift, then absolutely, I think we can get involved. But I think some of this might just be, how do we bring capacity to our taxing districts rather than it automatically the answer being the county has to do it? How do we find a grant writer to connect people? How do we make sure that the cities are regularly sitting at the same table and talking about what they're working on? The school districts, I know the superintendents have a superintendent's group, and I think they probably collaborate more than the public realizes that they're doing. Because I think
even on the schools was, it's the county control or whatever you want to call it, the schools are concerned about the schools is really not related to any of this, because the schools themselves benefit from everybody that moves into town with a kid. And that's how we can help the schools more than anything, is increase the population of the school. And so we really don't need to focus too much on the schools.
Amen. I think we help with their facility needs.
I don't think we should be involved in whatever it is for types of medicine that come into the health department. But I think, and you said it in a court meeting not too long, we're in charge of health in our county. Public health, we're in charge of it in our county. And we got to be involved if we bring local health here, and there's some things that are probably a big part of economic enhancement. I mean, when you start looking at the big picture. So there's a part in that we definitely play. Even from the financial side.
So how about this? Could you guys indulge me? And let's go through what we have as this big picture vision and see where there are holes. And that I can sort of wordsmith some new or additional bullet points to bring back to the court to say, does this capture it? And then that we really then dig into these different bullet points, specifically, I think under goal 2, which is, I think, where the nitty gritty details really matter. Then we do a separate work session or several work sessions on what the economics enhancement plan looks like. What are we actually talking about here? The fiber stuff is already moving along. I think we'll get that. The housing stuff, I think, as we're talking about the partnership with Columbia Gorge, that'll start to take shape, as we're sort of muddling through it, we can start to capture what that partnership looks like. So
I think there probably needs to be some more brainstorming on, and it's really such a hard subject right now because of the environment we're in and the lack of contractors and on and on and on. But, and I have talked to Rob, but I'd like to go to the board and talk to them a little bit too and see if there's something they want to do about trying to jump into that a little harder to be a tool for us.
Yeah, I'm on board with that. So let's start with our goal 1, which is foster an organizational culture where people want to work and do business. This is one of our more internal looking goals, although there is some external. So the strategies we identified were maintain internal policies and procedures that reflect best practices and develop a plan to support consistent two-way communication about these expectations. This came out of an employee survey that said that we need to do a better job of communicating about what expectations are, what policies and procedures are, that they felt that was an area that we can improve. 2 was invest in the professional development of current and aspiring leaders. And then 3, as I mentioned before, was look for ways to get to yes. And that was both internal. How do we get creative about trying to say yes when an employee comes to us and says, hey, I have this great idea. How do we help encourage that and support that? And also when we have customers coming in, how do we as a county respond to outside requests in a creative way, problem solving? Are we okay with this overall goal and the strategies underneath it? Are they adequate at this point? Are we missing something?
Yeah, I mean, it's specific to the courthouse and the employees basically. And
I mean, they are by far our largest expenditure in the budget. So it seems like for maybe the public wondering why in the heck would this be part of the strategic plan?
well,
And
that
number
question's been asked. That's why I struggle.
And number one.
Yeah.
Struggle a little with, because that question's definitely been asked. What's that got to do with the strategic plan?
Because the number one investment that we make as a county is in our people. By far.
They are our greatest, most valuable asset. You can replace buildings, sure, you can replace people, but you're talking a lot of 20+ year tenured employees that have huge knowledge. If we don't have number one dialed in, their current process.
This is an example, I think, of the perception of what a strategic plan is that we're struggling with, and a little bit of this and that going on is from media out here with some of the contingency is that this is your job. This shouldn't be part of your plan. This shouldn't be part of this. This is what you're supposed to do
True.
on a daily basis.
And if our predecessors.
But isn't this what we're supposed to do too? And isn't this what we're supposed to do too?
I'm just talking about what we're talking about here, Sharon.
Yeah.
But don't be. But I'm asking,
No, I'm just saying
you know,
that,
there may be that perception, but
well,
this is what we're supposed to do. This is what we're supposed to do.
to
This is
ignore
what we
the
were elected
perception
to
would
do.
be wise.
These are all the things that we've been elected to do, including that. It's not just our job. So I see this particular goals, strategies, 1, 2, and 3 as like you progress through them. You've got to have a good base layer of employees dialed into policies, procedures, best practices, to have that great foundation on which to build from, to then go on to number 2 and identify who are the future leaders, because we're not all going to be around forever. You guys aren't going to be. There's people in like the generations below us that are going to be the future leaders. We need to be looking and identifying and training and supporting those now, so that when you look outside the county court and its infrastructure to the external Gilliam County infrastructure, we have people and processes that say, yes, we can serve you. Yes, we can help you. Whether those entities, be they businesses or individuals, are already here in Gilliam, or we want to entice them into Gilliam County to settle their families, settle their businesses, invest in what we've built here. So I see it as kind of an actual step 1, 2, 3. You need to have all 3 working together collaboratively for it to be successful in this particular goal.
All right.
I have nothing to add to what's there, if that's what you're asking.
Okay. Number 2, I know you will. So this one is promote growth and prosperity throughout all of Gilliam County. Currently, we have 3 strategies, but I think we discussed adding the 4th. This is work with internet service providers, local, state, and federal partners, and other stakeholders to expand affordable, reliable, high-speed internet access to every residence and business in Gilliam County. 2 is invest in proactive, creative solutions to the housing shortage. 3 is serve in a supportive, resourceful role to cities, schools, other taxing districts, and local organizations to help improve livability and address barriers to growth in our communities. And 4, I think, gets to the economic development, economic enhancement, strategic plan. And so I'm just going to make a placeholder that we're looking at developing maybe a comprehensive, I'm writing on the fly here, comprehensive economic development / enhancement plan.
There's some really good ideas out there from other counties that on what they've done too.
So what would it be fair to say? I'm going to throw out some language. Develop a comprehensive economic development / enhancement plan to 1, retain businesses. 2, recruit
businesses. We have open buildings in both communities. You know, it's probably worse up here and you don't even realize it because Main Street looks so good, but there's a lot of empty space when Main Street was on it. The problem with the buildings in Arlington is they're either so dilapidated you can't do much with them, or they're empty lots with no buildings on them. But we need that's an area we need to look at. What can we do about that?
Okay. So
You can't get a store, somebody come in and want to open a little gift shop because there's no place for them to open it up in Arlington.
I'm just tinkering with language here. I'm going to try to get to retain business, recruit business, leverage assets, in order to create jobs, boost,
Increase school population, both hand in hand.
boost revenue, and improve quality of life. I'll clean that up.
Okay.
That was just off the top of my head what that might look like. So, and then the plan would be that then we do develop that separate plan that sits underneath it. So I could envision asking Kelly to put this up on the website and having, if somebody goes to it, being able to click on number 4 and having that plan pop up, basically, so they could see this is exactly what the county is planning on doing to make this a reality.
And then I think, you kind of I think we need to punt the ball to the Port of Arlington on large business stuff so that it's coming into them to start that initial process of, all the initial steps of that you have to go through to even start talking to them. It's time consuming, it takes a lot of research, and you don't know what they need. And, you got to sit down in meetings with them. That I don't know what other entity would be better than the Port in our community to take those kind of companies on and see if we can develop anything out of there or not.
I think there's room for a partnership in doing that. I think we can figure out how to make that work. I mean, one of the challenges, and since Jeff's still on, he'll run into this, is I'm sure Peter experienced this as well, but there's a disconnect in that the person who's doing the initial talking doesn't have the authority to make promises, right? Because we're the ones ultimately that have the purse strings in the county. And so that
Got to tie that together.
we got to figure out how to make that partnership
Got that,
work.
Jeff?
Did you hear that?
Yeah, I got that. Excuse me. Yeah, I heard that. And that makes sense.
Okay, anything else that we want to add under promote growth and prosperity? Or did we hit the high points?
Make sure I did. I mean, I think you're looking at, we've got the Condon Chamber that does a great job with annual event type stuff that brings in economic enhancement days to the community. We're having a little struggle with Arlington falling into that package, but needs to, utilize that asset we've got. So that one's kind of taken care of. And if you guys got the fiber, I'd like to learn a little more about the fiber and be more involved, because I think we're leaving the north end out of it a little bit. We need to pull them into the plan and the program, see how they can fit. And then housing, work what we can with Rob and the board over there and see what we can do with that. And if the port can take on some of the business development, we've kind of started to plug those. We at least got them going in delegated directions that it looks like we got something in the works.
Tracy, did you say?
Well, I was just curious. I mean, Peter was just on saying that the internet in Arlington was one of the best in the state.
We're talking about moving it out rural.
Oh, because I was going to say, because I mean,
John's
you might be great in Arlington, but we have nothing.
The problem with the internet, and I think it's a problem in Condon, and you can speak to this better than I can, but the problem with Arlington TV at this point is having enough customers to become sustainable. And so he's reaching out now, coming south, and starting to try to pick up some rural customers so we can build that customer base to become more profitable. And he's in a spot now he can't even really afford a bookkeeper, so he's doing it all himself. But and there's some real challenges to all of that because it's expensive. but that's our goal. That's why, I mean, that's definitely at the top of your priority list.
Absolutely.
And so when I'm talking about Arlington TV, it's not, what's going on in Arlington is unbelievable. It is absolutely fantastic. I have it in my house in both
Not
restaurants.
unbelievable, but it's good.
The service is really, really good, and it is fast, and it is, it's just really good internet.
And it's through Arlington TV Co-op.
So Arlington TV Co-op. And I was on CenturyLink before, so I have something to compare with.
Yes, I can totally agree with that.
Experience. Okay, so I will add some language for the court's consideration and bring it back. Maybe even I might be able to even do that before our next meeting, so we can.
That'd be good.
Under goal 3, manage the budget to ensure consistent, sustainable programs and services. 1 is evaluate county programs and pursue opportunities to optimize the efficiency and effectiveness of services and operations. 2 is to maintain healthy cash reserves to capitalize on opportunities and protect essential programs and services. 3 is work with elected officials and department heads to seek new funding and create diversified revenue sources. It sounds like maybe there is an appetite for doing a number 4 and specifically pulling out a road plan.
I would think that it's such a huge part of our budget that we need to, and I've been pushing it. I started pushing Dewey when I was on the road commission or whatever they call it.
So are we looking for a 10-year?
I think it needs to be a 10-year, and it's something that committee needs to look at every year, make the adjustments. You know, you had this year, there were big adjustments because of COVID. You adjust your road plan and move into the next year. It's not hard to do. And he can cost that stuff out good enough. We can project some budget numbers, at least have some projection down the road so we can be long-term planning rather than year-to-year budget.
Okay. So I will come up with some language around adopting a 10-year road plan.
Did we also want to add there the capital?
A facilities plan?
Yeah, I think that we'll add this. I mean, we've got.
I mean, there is one. I mean, the budget.
There's a capital.
The budget.
There's a capital
line. It exists in the budget,
not,
but we haven't defined what.
Yeah, what if you have two things
means.
come along in the same year and didn't have enough in there, and it's just a good way to plan. Just helps you with budget planning.
Okay, so I'm thinking on that one that usually looks out a little bit further. Do you want to make that like a 20-year plan?
I think it's got to be 20 because you start talking about roads and some of those building areas. It's
okay. So
because in your as you get to looking at this in the long term, and I don't know how you put this in a strategic plan, but doesn't it play into this somewhere? Okay, we lose so many $1 million in SIPS funds on 2024. What, you know, how do we need to prepare ourselves in a plan on what we're going to do about that when that happens. And I think there's other research behind that needs to be done, and what happens with increased taxing revenue and what can we do with that too. I mean, we don't know all of that, but.
So I will come up with language for a 10-year road plan and a 20-year facilities plan, 2 separate strategy points that again will go in underneath and actually develop the actual plan. This is the 4th goal. 4th goal is to encourage collaboration, cooperation, and communication between each of the communities that are part of Gilliam County. We always talk about Arlington and Condon, but shout out to Lone Rock as well.
Right. I used to say that all the time, but I forget.
What were the satellite little places?
And so one of the strategy 1 is to host annual roundtable discussions between cities, schools, other taxing districts, and local organizations to share ideas, identify common goals, and foster collaboration between communities. I think this is an opportunity to get to the point that we were talking about with leadership and sort of identifying, okay, cities, what are the big things that you think are on your horizon, and which are the things that you want the county to engage in? And also, cities, why don't you talk to each other so that Arlington has a wastewater project? Oh, the city of Condon just did one. Here's who I talked to, and have you heard from this consultant, and all of those kinds of things.
Well, and it also speaks to, you know, we have to get people to come from Bend or Portland or somewhere for repairs and stuff. If that type of collaboration was something, I know, Gilliam County Traders or that's a network for people that says, I need this. Who else needs this? That's the sort of things that cities could do together as well to save money and time and energy. And we have somebody come to look at this. Do you need the same thing?
But I think that the leadership side of that is just stuff that I think that it's important. You know, I was talking about you know, with DeFazio's town hall and the needs that Arlington has. And I got the mayor yesterday and chased him home, talked to him in his patio, because we got to get, you know, they need to know that there's some funding they need to access. What do you need is, you know, is Brad from Anderson Perry going to be out there actively pursuing that funding and do the grant writing? What are you going to do, Jeff? You know?
Well, and, you know, I see City of Condon participating in a lot of those things with Berkeley and Wine and Fazio and all the stuff that's going on, just like Berkeley and Wyden's representatives were here meeting with Catherine, but I don't see the City of Arlington actively doing that.
We already know that. We're working.
So that's an encouragement.
Yeah, because I will say
because that's why they don't know.
That meeting,
they're not
actively
participating.
I do want to put on the record that meeting yesterday, Catherine initiated that, but she did invite the City of Arlington to participate and the Port of Arlington. The Port was there. Jeff was on a Zoom, but the City of Arlington did not show up.
That's just, we're working on that internally. So, and that's part of, you know, some of this is, you know, if we get a committee together on that end to kind of start that talk and then get into a town hall, and maybe we can eventually get that to where we have more of a county type function going on that would include some brainstorming.
So number 2 is to leverage county funds to encourage public entities and organizations from different communities to work together. And I think that's just something, I don't know that we necessarily have like a set plan, but I think, you know, like we talked during the budget committee about possibly doing or looking at doing an endowment where we have the preschools communicating and working together. I mean, I think other things will pop up potentially where we have that opportunity to say, yeah, that's great, but we want both of you guys at the table.
Yes.
In order for us to make the investment, we need to know that both taxing districts are here, or both health districts are on board with bringing public health back, or, you know, whatever the parameter is.
That one's going to get interesting.
Oh yeah. 3 is to improve accessibility to Gilliam County personnel and services for all citizens through increased outreach efforts. And this really was getting at a feeling, I think, that was expressed particularly at the north end about wanting to have more face time with elected officials in particular. And, you know, whether that looks like office hours or what that looks like, outreach events. So we put that in there as a placeholder. This is one of those when I was talking about kind of giving missions to our departments. Part of the marching order, I think, when Lisa's meeting with some of our people is, so how can we do this? Are there places where we can improve accessibility in all of the communities to the services that we're providing? So I think we're already, I mean, the fact that we're all meeting on Zoom already increases accessibility in a way that
nobody thought was going to happen.
Exactly. But are there other things, you know, when we're talking about transportation, you know, are there certain gaps in one community or the other that we need to address so there's greater accessibility? Those kinds of things, I don't think necessarily are things that we as a court are going to be able to immediately identify, but department heads may know off the top of their head, like, yeah, I really actually could use an extra day where I'm up in Arlington, and they come to us and say, hey, we need office space. Could the court fund that? Well, then that would fit under a strategic
What would you
goals.
think about increasing the meetings in Arlington?
Instead of once a quarter, every other meeting?
Maybe just do them twice a quarter, or do every other meeting. I don't know.
providing we can get a room, because we get so many complaints about this when
That will
we need
get
to
fixed
solve that.
eventually, but I mean, in the interim, we go to the fire hall. We can also.
Absolutely, as long as we have a place that serves the
That
people
was
who
my
are trying to
fault,
listen
I'll tell you,
well.
because I kind of let Nancy off the hook because she didn't have to move tables, and I felt sorry for her. And
I don't think it would have made a
we,
huge amount of difference if we'd even moved to the next
yeah,
room.
I thought
to
we
be
could have
honest.
done, through that room, because I've been there a few times, I thought we would get
That's
by.
the best room in there.
Well, a lot of the panels that they did have up are not up anymore, and it was awful.
Yeah.
I just wanted you guys to be aware of all the feedback Teresa and I get, which was, that was awful. I can't work out a word anyone's saying. It's
Nasty
not.
messages.
Yeah, we get all sorts of like crap. coming
Well, you
through
couldn't
after
sit in that room and talk to somebody across the table from you and hear what they were saying.
Yeah. And I would say,
Schedule the 16th meeting at the fire hall.
Yeah.
I talked to Joe.
and I think definitely now that we have the Zoom capability, it makes more sense. Where it was difficult before for me to justify it is when we had a meeting and we expected staff to drive. We would have staff that were burning like an hour and a half drive time just
And
to
the
come see
fuel.
us for 15 minutes. Didn't
and the
really
wear and
make
tear on the
sense.
vehicle.
But since our staff can get on Zoom from their offices and share their screens, and I think that makes it much more feasible to bounce back and forth more often. I'm okay with it.
Hey, Jeff, did you get the concerns over the Gronquist building now that you're in charge of it?
Yeah, actually, that's one of the first projects I started working on, and I'm in the middle of working on it right now. I've talked to some sound engineer friends of mine, and they've gotten the dimensions for the room, and I've taken some video of the sound problems. And these are guys that do sound for, studios in Nashville and things like that. So for what we had budgeted for this project, we're going to be able to take that room right now that sounds like a racquetball court and turn it into a room of concert hall status.
Great.
Good job.
Both of the rooms, the big room, and then the big reception room, and then the large meeting room as well. We're going to fix the sound of both of those.
Yeah, the Gilliam room. Yep.
Yeah, Gilliam room.
Perfect. So yeah, I mean, I think that could be part of improving the accessibility. Is to look at the meeting schedule that we have. I don't have a problem with having.
Sure, and I'd love.
As long as Lisa and Teresa will drive, because I'm still deprived of that hour.
Got to figure that last time.
Just trying to do the little things to connect the two communities together is.
I think that would be a big help.
So are you guys thinking, what's the pace that you want to look at? Do you want to do 2 meetings a quarter, or do you want to do every other meeting?
We could do first in Condon, second of the month in Arlington. We could do once a quarter, or we're already doing once a quarter.
If I had a choice, I'd say that's probably the smartest thing for us to do, is do.
I think every other
week and really try to let the other end know we're.
Yeah. So let's just
first week here.
let's to keep it clean, because there's going to be some months where we have like an extra work session or things. Could we just say for our regular meetings, like the first regular meeting of the month is in Condon, the second regular meeting of the month is in Arlington, and then as we do work sessions, we kind of sort out where those are.
Where's the best place?
Or if we end up dropping a meeting, because sometimes in the fall when we've got AOC, we'll drop a meeting. Rather than try to figure out, okay, where were we last time and blah, blah, blah. We just say
First
is
week
Condon,
here, third
second
week
is
there.
Arlington.
Perfect.
Okay.
Because right now it's the third month of the quarter, last meeting of the month.
Yeah. Got it. Okay. Final goal, be a strong voice for Gilliam County and Salem and Washington, D.C. Strategies. 1 was to take an active role in organizations such as AOC and NACO to foster relationships and amplify our influence with state and federal decision makers. 2 was partner intentionally and collaboratively with neighboring counties to address common needs and advocate for regional concerns. And then 3 was to host annual in-county outreach meetings with our state and federal lawmakers. And kind of a show and tell.
So I've been doing as much as I possibly can with AOC. And I'm signed up on all their committees, and obviously that's impossible.
Yeah. I did the same thing my first year.
Well, I just signed up, and I really have 2 that I want to, focus on. But I don't mind popping in on when I got time to pop in. What do you do anything with NACO? Have you done much? I mean, it's so I've got so much going on. It is hard.
At this point, I have not engaged with them.
I mean, it just kind of feels distant and
Yeah.
off our Gilliam County radar screen.
Right, and I think
I look at their emails and, kind of.
AOC's it totally into NACO, so to be what we would get out of that, which should come to us from AOC.
Just curious.
No, I haven't engaged much. I haven't had the bandwidth either, just like you. Are there other things? I mean, I think this covers it pretty well.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things I would say it's in the strategic plan that we should be doing anyway.
In fairness, though, I think for all of these, we should be doing them anyway, right?
Yeah, exactly. These are all our job. We're just trying to lay out what our job is.
Well, and that's what I say when the perception and the vision is we're going to do something special through a strategic plan, do this, and that's right, wrong, or otherwise that perception's out there.
Well, there's a lot of perceptions out there.
What you're talking about doing answers that concern. And it can be way too big a bite to look at, but if we take it a bite at a time and work our way through it, I think you see some results that everybody will see.
Yeah. Great. So what I will do is follow-ups. I guess the other thing is, were there any other goals? I mean, I feel like these kind of we capture our people, we capture sort of livability, our budget, collaboration amongst the communities, and then
you said it was a working document. We can fix it again.
That's right.
Of course.
It is a working document. He
So
wants to lose that thing.
So what I will do is I will come up with the 3 bullet points that we would like to add under these goals, put it back on the court's agenda to see if I've got it, or we can wordsmith it during the next court meeting. And then adopt sort of the revised strategic plan. And then I think we need to talk about, okay, for some of these that we want to suss out, like what does this specifically look like? We develop a timeline for, okay, we're going to tackle number 4 here, the new economic development plan. What does that actually, what's the process that we need to do?
And what's our time frame?
Exactly. Does that?
And I think it's going to be a little bit general to start with, and then we start zeroing in as we go. It just has to be.
Absolutely. And again, if you're doing it right, you should be checking things off and adding new things on, right?
Yes.
That was maybe part of the problem with that one, is that they didn't continually revisit and say, okay, this is checked off the list. What's next?
It was one of the things they were supposed to do according to the plan, but it got lost somewhere.
That's because it's like
it's written in here.
It was probably on page 48.
Revisit it.
Get to it.
I think it happened maybe once.
Yeah, I think it did happen once. Okay.
And that was it.
So I feel like we made some progress here.
And I think that was a disservice to the people that put so much energy into that document that they didn't visit it like that.
Well, and there's people that put some energy into that that have a real hard time with not seeing nothing happen.
Yeah, and I don't blame them.
Exactly. Okay, anything else at this point? Obviously, we'll have follow-up meetings for the public who's listening to kind of do a deeper dive into some of these bullet points. But otherwise, I think I have some marching orders, and I will plan on getting this back on the court's agenda, a revised version for us to look at and adopt and talk about next steps for how to actually implement. Does that work?
Yeah. don't know if this belongs in this, but we are having a budget. We're going to approve the budget from the court level at the next meeting.
It will be on the agenda.
It's on the agenda.
Because and maybe we want to put this on the agenda ahead of it, but I would like to have a discussion about.
Well, that'll be part of our discussion, what you want to adjust in the grants.
Okay. No, I just think we need.
But the grants are going to be on there. They're separate from the budget.
Condon Learning Center. We need to up that funding, I think.
Okay, so that actually doesn't, we can adopt the budget and look at the grants as a separate, because it's appropriated to be able to spend up to, I have 3 million or something in that account. So
I didn't completely understand what was going on with that. And it's when you look at the difference between what in Arlington and what's in Condon and what's going on, and I was really impressed.
They aren't the same thing at all.
And the
They're two different
benefit to the
things
community is
entirely.
huge.
okay,
Yeah.
so
No, they're
what
two
we will
different things
do
entirely.
is the grants I'll go ahead and put them on the agenda. The budget, it won't impact the budget because those specific, it doesn't break out who
Because
receives the
we've got
grants.
money where that money's coming from extra. anyway.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yes.
So the court then will come in and say, okay, now we've appropriated 3 million. How do we want to spend it? And that's the conversation I think you want to have then about looking at what those recommendations were from the budget committee, and maybe doing some tinkering.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because we didn't actually vote on the grants themselves.
There was a recommendation from the budget
that was
committee.
Strictly, it was
And
a
that was it.
recommendation from the committee
Yeah,
to the
strictly
budget committee, and
recommendation.
recommendation to the court.
Yeah.
The court always has authority to spend once it's budgeted.
Once more or less.
Yes. Okay. It is, what time is it? 3:26. This has been a
Top
marathon. I will go ahead and close
In 2 days.
the work session.